Chapter 2951. Zhu Qing sensed that something was wrong and quickly changed the topic. Where is he? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know where he went. When the cold wave hit, we were all caught up in it and brought into a small world. He and I were separated. But he shouldn't be in any danger, so you don't have to worry. A small world. Zhu Qing was shocked, recalling the hazy feeling she had before. She suddenly realized that the irresistible crisis had actually been brought into this small world. She turned her head and looked around, asking, Is this that small world? It looks pretty good. Inside the sealed world bead, there was an abundant world energy aura, and the environment was quite good, especially after the 5-colored treasure pagoda appeared. The sealed world bead had undergone a fundamental change. It was now a self-contained world with complete world principles, a true paradise. Ha ha! Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. This is not that small world. This is another one that belongs to me. HM? Halfway through his words, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something unusual. Zhu Qing asked, What's wrong? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Let me show you something interesting. While speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed in a certain direction. Zhu Qing stared curiously, then saw a black, puppy-like thing appear out of thin air in front of her. As soon as the black puppy appeared, it barked a few times, as if it had been greatly frightened, but looking at it shaking its head and wagging its tail, its previous weakness had disappeared. Where did this little monster come from? It's so ugly. Zhu Qing stared at the black puppy and glanced at Yang Kai. She teased, It looks like you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. It's not an ordinary little monster. What's so special about it? Zhu Qing frowned. You're from the dragon race. Observe carefully, Yang Kai said as he brought the black puppy in front of him. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the black puppy seemed to have calmed down. It stared at him with a pair of black eyes, panting and showing a fawning expression. Saliva flowed down its big tongue, looking extremely disgusting. Zhu Qing finally noticed something unusual. She hesitated and said, It seems to have a very powerful bloodline. It's just not very pure. The dragon race was bound by bloodlines, so they were very knowledgeable about bloodlines. After Gong Yu activated the Return to Ruins bloodline, there were traces left behind. Zhu Qing saw through this. Magical beasts return to ruins. Have you heard of it? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing shook her head blankly. Yang Kai said, This is the first time I've heard of it, but I've seen how powerful it is. As he spoke, he shook the black puppy and said, Boy, show me what you've got. Woof woof. Don't play dumb. It's the move you used before. If you dare to refuse, I'll stew you and eat you. Woof woof. Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead and said, It's not sentient. It only has some human nature. It won't understand what you're saying. Yang Kai sneered. It knows whether it understands or not. But forget it. If you say it doesn't understand, then so be it. You're lucky you actually came back to life. As he spoke, he let go of his hand. The black puppy fell to the ground. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Qing. It slowly walked to Yang Kai and climbed down. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. It seems to like you a lot. Stop pretending to be cute. Yang Kai stretched out his foot and kicked the black puppy, but it still looked indifferent. Yang Kai ignored it and looked up at Zhu Qing. Let's go out first. We have to figure out where we are first. I don't know if we can return to the star boundary. It's not that serious. Aren't you proficient in space principles? Zhu Qing felt that Yang Kai was being a bit alarmist, but she didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. She felt that no matter where she was, as long as she could be with this man, it would be fine. Yang Kai smiled, and with a thought, he left the small sealed world with Zhu Qing. Back in the cave, Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and said, Do you want me to carry you? We don't know where we are, so we have to see if anyone is here first and ask for some information. Zhu Qing blushed and said, I'm not that weak yet. Saying so, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Although her steps were light, she seemed to frown with every step. Yang Kai snickered, but suddenly his face sank, and he said, You're so annoying. Zhu Qing's tender body trembled, and her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. She said in a trembling voice, You think I'm annoying already? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about this guy. As soon as he said so, a dog barked, and the black puppy was thrown out of the small sealed world. After landing on the ground, it angrily barked at Yang Kai, as if saying, Why didn't you take me with you? Okay, stop barking. If you bark again, I'll throw you back, Yang Kai said impatiently. The black puppy's barking stopped abruptly, and it quickly ran out of the cave, passing by Zhu Qing. From now on, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and it was free to run as it pleased. Zhu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai came forward and hugged her. She struggled a little, but she didn't insist. After leaving the cave, a white world appeared in front of them. At first glance, this place didn't look much different from the frozen earth, but both Yang Kai and Zhu Qing knew that this wasn't the frozen earth, because this place didn't have the kind of cold that even they couldn't resist. Woof woof! The black puppy's barking came from afar, and it seemed to be very panicked, as if it had encountered something terrible. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense, and soon his face showed joy. Zhu Qing also noticed this, and she wasn't used to being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others, so she subtly distanced herself. A black shadow flashed, and the black puppy returned. Following closely behind it were two vigorous figures, a man and a woman, both of them exuding strong energy fluctuations. When they met Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, the man and woman were obviously taken aback because they had carefully investigated this area before and hadn't noticed the aura of any living people. They hadn't expected that there would be two more people here. If they were enemies, the two secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The little black dog quickly circled behind Kai Yang and hid behind him, hiding very well. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists, greetings to friends. Although the cultivation of this man and woman wasn't bad, they were only around the Tao source realm. So Yang Kai didn't care too much about them. It was just that it was rare to meet living people here. So naturally he wanted to quickly inquire about them. The man and woman looked at each other, and the man cupped his fists in return, frowning as he asked, Does that little beast belong to you too? He was a Tao source realm cultivator, but facing Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he even questioned him, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare in the star boundary, unless the other party's identity had a great origin. It could be seen that this man and woman didn't seem to have a great origin, just an ordinary cultivator. As a newcomer, Yang Kai could only do as the Romans do, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, Wang's intelligence hasn't been fully developed yet, so he is naughty and mischievous by nature. If he has offended you, please forgive him. The man shook his head, and his divine sense went past Yang Kai to carefully examine the black puppy. After a while, he said, Maybe I was wrong. He didn't offend us, just a misunderstanding. What's your name? Yang Kai. In this foreign land, there was no need to hide his name. At this moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man suddenly whispered a few words to her husband. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You two came from the outside? If it weren't for his wife's reminder, he might not have noticed it, because the two in front of him were dressed slightly differently from him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. We did come from the outside. The man nodded. We haven't had an outsider come to our place for a long time. It seems that your luck isn't very good. I was just about to ask, what is this place? Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man said, "This place is called the Reincarnation World." The Reincarnation World? Yang Kai frowned, and when he was about to ask more, the man said, "If you want to live, come with me quickly. We don't have enough time." What time? Yang Kai was stunned. The man didn't intend to answer him. After saying that, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really in a hurry. It was the first time Yang Kai had met a Tao Source realm cultivator with such a temper. Not only did he speak with such assurance in front of the Emperor realm, but he also acted like he was superior. However, this was still a clue, so he couldn't just give it up like this. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qing, he immediately followed. The two of them were strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of a little Tao Source realm cultivator. His figure flickered as he chased after Kai Yang. The little black dog nimbly bit onto Kai Yang's clothes and stubbornly stuck to him, not wanting to be shaken off. Even when the wind blew into its mouth, it still refused to let go. In the end, Zhu Qing pitted it and reached out to scoop it up. The group of 4 quickly arrived in front of a mountain wall. At first glance, this mountain wall looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would see traces left behind by a secret technique. The leader of the group took out a mirror and projected a beam of mystic light onto the mountain wall. Immediately, a cave large enough for 2 people to pass through appeared. The 4 of them entered one by one and entered a dry passage. Only then did the man and woman let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why are we in such a hurry?" The man led the way in front and explained, "Because in a while, the world principles will change. At that time, all the demons will come out, and the outside will become very dangerous. No one will be able to survive in such an environment. The world principles will change." Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chapter 2952. The laws of heaven and earth were the supreme power, the foundation that maintained everything in the world. It was impossible for this kind of fundamental law to change in a short period of time, unless doomsday arrived. However, the other party seemed to be speaking with certainty, and he didn't look like he was lying, so he simply couldn't accept it. "Hurry up, what are you still dawdling over there for?" A low shout suddenly came from inside the cave. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There was actually someone else in this cave. After hearing this person's urging, the man and woman hurriedly walked into the depths of the cave. Yang Kai signaled Zhu Qing with his eyes and hurriedly followed. A dim light bloomed, and in a stone room that wasn't very spacious, a middle-aged man stood there with a gloomy expression, as if he was waiting for something. Steward Liao, the man who led Yang Kai here, stepped forward and saluted the man with a respectful attitude. However, Steward Liao didn't even look at him. He just curiously stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, who followed over, and said in surprise, "Why are there 2 more people? Where did they come from? They look a little unfamiliar." The man replied, "They seem to have wandered in from the outside and just happened to meet us, so we brought them along." "From the outside?" Steward Liao clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but look at the 2 unfamiliar faces. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't have any special reaction, but when he saw Zhu Qing, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an interested expression. Zhu Qing was originally a heavenly beauty, and after being nourished by the rain for a few days, she was at her most tender and beautiful at this moment, so she naturally looked particularly attractive. Zhu Qing's expression was cold. Although she didn't like being stared at like this, she didn't get angry. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of her, blocking the man's gaze. Steward Liao coldly snorted. His expression was somewhat unhappy. Outsiders really don't know the rules. He looked up at the man and said, "Don't tell me you also don't know the rules?" The man hurriedly said, "Thank you, Steward Liao." Steward Liao's expression became slightly better, and he beckoned to the couple. The two of them immediately took a step forward. All of a sudden, Steward Liao muttered something under his breath and activated his own strength. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed here and there in the air in front of the man. Yang Kai was stunned because he could see some traces of wizard magic in it. This made him a little curious, and he paid more attention to it. Not long after, a complicated mark suddenly appeared in the void. Steward Liao reached out and patted it, and the mark directly entered the man's body. The mark seemed to have other uses, and it did not attack. The man's body only shook slightly, and he was fine. When it was the woman's turn, a rare smile appeared on Manager Liao's cold face. On the contrary, the woman had a nervous expression and looked at her husband for help. The man slowly shook his head and lowered his gaze. Manager Liao followed the same pattern, but this time his hands and feet weren't very obedient. As his fingers and swords poked here and there, they actually touched the woman's body from time to time. Occasionally, they would sweep past her full breasts, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble slightly. The man turned a deaf ear to it and stood at the side with his head lowered. On the other hand, Manager Liao was in a good mood, and his actions became more and more unbridled. This caused the woman's expression to become more and more unsightly, but she could only force herself to endure it. Not long after, the mark was formed again. Steward Liao patted the mark into the woman's body reluctantly and leisurely stopped. Only then did the woman's stiff body relax, and she looked at her husband with grievance. Turning his head, Steward Liao's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since you're from the outside, I'll explain the rules here to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Please enlighten me." Steward Liao said, "After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. In the entire reincarnation world, there's no safe place other than the human sovereign city. Therefore, if you want to live, you must go to the human sovereign city. Do you understand?" "Understood. Let's go to the human sovereign city." Yang Kai looked as if he had learned a lesson. Steward Liao continued, "And if you want to go to the human sovereign city, you must use the seal of human sovereign on you. Only those who have the seal of human sovereign can teleport to the human sovereign city through the array. Therefore, there's only one rule here. In this vast world, I'm the most powerful." Yang Kai replied with an "oh" and cupped his fists. "I've learned a lot." Steward Liao waved his sleeves and said in a low voice with his hands behind his back, "Let me ask you, do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If we can live, of course we want to live." Steward Liao nodded and said, "You're promising. Come over. Let me cast the seal of human sovereign on you." "Ooh." Yang Kai stepped forward, but Steward Liao waved his hand with a look of disdain and said, "The woman will go first. Stand aside." Yang Kai frowned and didn't insist. He stepped aside and said, "Steward Liao, please be careful. My wife has a bad temper." Steward Liao snorted coldly and said, "If you want to live, then be sensible." As he spoke, he started chanting again. His fingers were like swords pointing in the air in front of Zhu Qing. It looked like he was drawing something in the air. At the beginning, he was quite obedient, but after a while, the range of his hand movements increased. When his fingers swept across, they directly swept toward Zhu Qing's chest. At this moment, his expression became extremely excited, obviously anticipating something. Zhu Qing suddenly looked up and stared at him coldly. Steward Liao was shocked, but his hand movements didn't stop at all. He looked like he wanted to take advantage of her. Woof! A dog's bark and a scream sounded almost at the same time. The little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms suddenly opened its mouth and bit Steward Liao's big hand. Its mouth wasn't very big, but it swallowed Steward Liao's entire hand. Its sharp teeth were firmly stuck on his wrist, and blood instantly flowed out. Steward Liao was in pain and couldn't stop howling. However, the little black dog refused to let go, and looked like it was going to bite his hand off. Its head kept shaking, and it even let out a low growl, as if it was trying to show off its power. Let go of me, little bastard, you're courting death, Steward Liao cursed angrily. Since he couldn't break free, he fiercely slapped the little black dog with his palm. When the energy surged, thunder and lightning flashed in the cave. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a blast of energy pierced through the air and attacked. Steward Liao howled in pain again, and the arm that he swung out drooped down weakly. Steward Liao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and roared, You actually dare to attack me. It had been a long time since he encountered something like this. He had always been the one bossing people around and taking whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. The pair of men who led Yang Kai and Zhu Qing here were also shocked. Seeing that Steward Liao was at a disadvantage, the man hurriedly said, Stop. Don't hurt him. The woman also finally spoke. Don't hit him. You will regret it. This was the first time she spoke, and her voice was filled with indescribable anxiety. Steward Liao also hurriedly said to them, Quick, quick, quick. Kill these two people for me. Otherwise, I will punish both of you. The man and woman were stunned when they heard this, and their faces turned pale for a moment. It was as if they had committed a terrible crime, and they were at a loss for what to do. Why are you so arrogant? Yang Kai walked in front of Steward Liao, stared at him curiously, and said, Tell me, why are you so arrogant? A mere first-order Tao source realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master. Steward Liao's forehead was full of cold sweat. He struggled a few times, but couldn't break free from the little black dog's grasp. He sneered, Why? Because I am a steward, because I control the seal of human sovereignty. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man and woman, and said, Just because of this seal of human sovereignty? So, you have to swallow your anger even if you are bullied? This guy's strength isn't as high as yours, right? The man lowered his head and said, Without the seal of human sovereignty, you can't enter the human sovereign city. If you can't enter the human sovereign city, you will die. Yang Kai sneered. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? You are a man, after all. If you don't dare to retaliate when your wife is being bullied in front of you, you might as well die. He turned his head and winked at Zhu Qing, saying, Qing, or don't worry. Your husband won't let you lose a single hair, even if I die. Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, Don't be so glib. I didn't see you do anything just now. Yang Kai smiled and said, He's just a piece of trash. You can kill him in one breath. Why would you need me to do anything? Zhu Qing snorted and didn't say anything else. The man was humiliated by Yang Kai's words. The woman walked forward and grabbed his hand. She looked at Yang Kai and said, You are new here, so don't speak carelessly if you don't know the rules here. Hurry up and let go of Steward Liao. Otherwise, you won't be able to establish yourself in the human sovereign city. Steward Liao was also energized, and he shouted, Newcomers always have to suffer a little before they learn the rules. Hurry up and let go, or I will make you die a horrible death. Yang Kai smiled and asked, Will I be able to settle this peacefully if I let you go? Steward Liao said, Don't even think about it. I am a member of the human sovereign city. If you dare to hurt me, the human sovereign city will not accept you. As for you, woman, if you can submit to me, it might be a way out. Your IQ is a serious flaw. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He was about to die, but he was still threatening him. He really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Zhu Qing shouted in a low voice, Bawa, bite him. When the little black dog heard the command, it was as if it was assisted by the gods. Its mouth suddenly split open and became incomparably huge. It actually swallowed Manager Liao into its stomach in one gulp. In the end, it even stretched out its large tongue to lick its mouth, looking as if it hadn't had enough. It was the first time Zhu Qing saw the black puppy use such a divine technique. She couldn't help but be stunned. She just wanted the black puppy to use more strength. She didn't expect it to swallow someone directly. What kind of divine technique was this? When the man and woman saw it, their expressions changed. They said in horror, "Demonic beast." It's really a demonic beast. They chased after the black puppy because they felt that it had the aura of a demonic beast. In the end, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. It was just that the black puppy hid its demonic qi too deeply. When it mutated just now, there was a very obvious demonic qi surging out, so they recognized it immediately. Chapter 2953. Yang Kai looked at them curiously and asked, "Do you recognize demonic beasts?" The man immediately shielded his wife behind him and looked at Yang Kai cautiously. "Are you from the demon race?" Yang Kai was really surprised this time. This guy could say the words demonic beasts and even knew about the demon race. This was very unusual. The man became even more vigilant and gritted his teeth. "You came from the Demon Fury City?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know what the Demon Fury City is, and I don't know what the demon race is." You probably misunderstood. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly felt the world shake at this moment. The laws of heaven and earth that filled the surroundings seemed to be distorting and changing. He glanced at Zhu Qing and saw that Zhu Qing also had a look of surprise on her face. The laws of heaven and earth were really beginning to change, and it was definitely a huge change, which was why there were such obvious signs. "Just kill us." The man's face was ashen, and he no longer had any desire to live. Steward Liao was swallowed by a demonic beast, and two people who seemed to be from the demon race suddenly appeared in front of them. They were very strong, so there was no way they could survive. He hugged his wife tightly, and he just wanted to enjoy a moment of warmth before he died. "It's easy to die. I don't need to do it." Yang Kai stepped forward and walked in front of a spell formation. There was nothing else in this cave except for this spell formation, so it was very eye-catching. He pointed at the spell formation and said, "Can we teleport to the human sovereign city from here?" The man's eyes dimmed as he looked over and nodded. Yes. Yang Kai released his divine sense and checked. A spatial spell formation, but it seems to be a little different. The man said, "It's useless. If you want to activate this spell formation, you must have the seal of human sovereign." "Don't you have the seal of human sovereign? Why don't you go?" Yang Kai turned to look at them. The man said, "It must be the seal of human sovereignty on Steward Liao's body. That's the master seal. Only the master seal can activate the operation of this formation. The seals on our bodies are only auxiliary seals. There's no way we can activate the formation." "I see." Yang Kai nodded, seeing that he had yet to make a move, and was instead studying the array seriously. Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The man hesitated and said, "Are you really not a member of the demon race?" Yang Kai replied while examining the formation, "Is there a demon race in this world?" The man said, "There is. Our human race and the demon race are at odds with each other. We have coexisted in this world for countless years. You don't look like a member of the demon race, but why do you have a magical beast by your side?" Yang Kai did not answer his question. The origin of the black puppy was a little strange, and it would be troublesome to explain. He asked, "Humans and demons coexist. It must be hard for you to survive." The man said, "The human sovereign city provided protection. If not for the human sovereign city, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Is it related to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth?" "That's right. After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. When that time comes, our human race will not be able to move around freely, but the demon race will be able to move around freely. During this time, no one will dare to leave the human sovereign city. Otherwise, there's only a slim chance of survival. So the laws of heaven and earth before were suitable for the human race to survive. And the demon race had to go into hibernation? That's right. What a magical world. Yang Kai had a look of amazement. The man smiled bitterly and said, "We were born here. No one knows why this world is like this." Perhaps only the master of the human sovereign city can understand. Human sovereign city. Yang Kai heard the man mention these two words several times. He couldn't help but think, is that the master of the human sovereign city? The man said solemnly, "That's the master of the human race. He protects the human sovereign city and protects all humans." His words were full of respect, as if he held the human sovereign city in high esteem. Yang Kai smiled and continued to study the formation. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A large amount of demonic chi, and some other strange things appeared in the void around them. Although the couple used their power to form a layer of protection on the surface of their bodies, it wouldn't last long. However, it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the protection was broken, it would immediately be eroded by the demonic chi and turn into a demonic creature. Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, so she didn't feel much. However, she still needed to use her dragon yuan to dispel the erosion of the demonic chi. Only the little black dog's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched and it kept sniffing around excitedly. It had the bloodline of the return to ruins. It was the descendant of the mutated beasts in the territory of demons. When the demonic chi surged, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and joy. "All right, come over here." Yang Kai suddenly stood up and called out. Zhu Qing walked over with the little black dog in her arms and stood beside him. The couple hesitated. The man said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you to the city of human sovereign city." The man was shocked. "You don't have the seal of human sovereign. How are you going to go to the city of human sovereign city?" Yang Kai sneered. "Who told you that you can't go to the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city? If you continue to dawdle, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die?" The man was still hesitating, but the woman pulled him back. The man finally made up his mind and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Yang Kai grinned. "I hope you can keep the matter with Steward Liao a secret." The man smiled bitterly. "It won't do us any good to say it. Moreover, the city of human sovereign city has its ways of finding out the truth. In fact, I think it's best if you don't go to the city of human sovereign city. If you really do go in, it won't matter how strong you are." "That's hard to say." When Yang Kai finished speaking, his expression suddenly became solemn. The law of space began to fluctuate. The four of them were standing in a space array that was connected to the city of human sovereign city. Under normal circumstances, someone like Steward Liao would brand the person who was teleporting with the seal of human sovereign. Then he would activate the space array and teleport them. However, these complicated steps were only layers of disguise. They were the means the city of human sovereign city used to control the human race. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the law of space, this disguise was easily stripped away. He directly used his mind and the law of space to open the other end of the space array, so there was no need for the seal of human sovereign. With a flash of light, the man and woman both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the space array was really operating. For a moment, they were unable to contain their joy, feeling as if they had just escaped death. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth around them were extremely obvious. The world's world energy had turned into demonic chi. In such an environment, it was indeed unsuitable for the human race to survive. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the erosion of the demonic chi, if they lived in such an environment for a long time, There would be a moment when their strength would be exhausted. At that time, they would be eroded by the demonic chi, lose their reason, and become a demon. A moment later, the light in the cave receded, and the 4 people on the space array disappeared. The clamor suddenly came from all directions, making them feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked around and found that they had arrived in a prosperous city. Below their feet was a huge space array, and on the space array, there were people who had just appeared walking down. Their cultivations varied, and their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were gloomy, and some were seriously injured, gasping for air. These people were clearly like Yang Kai and the others. In order to avoid the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, they had just rushed back from the outside. Yang Kai saw many existences from the Emperor realm among them. The 4 of them stood on top of the space array and were not too conspicuous. The entire city seemed to be very prosperous. People were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and there was an endless stream of people. There were many shops all around, selling all kinds of specialties from this world. Sounds of shouting rang out one after another, giving people the feeling that they had accidentally intruded into the secular world. It was the first time Zhu Qing had come to such a lively place, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised and look around. Neatly dressed guards were walking down the street. Their footsteps were orderly, and they were dressed in the same uniform. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the guards of the human sovereign city. However, these guards didn't have high cultivations. The leader was a first-order emperor realm master, and the rest were all Dao Source realm cultivators. However, many cultivators on the street, no matter how strong or weak their cultivations were, avoided them like snakes or scorpions, as if they were very afraid of them. Yang Kai clearly saw a second-order emperor realm master make way for them. This world didn't seem to be divided by cultivation. The man and woman from before were clearly weaker than him, but they didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the strong. As for Manager Liao, it was even more obvious. His cultivation was lower than anyone else's, but he could order the man and woman around and make them cower in fear. Some people flew by in the sky. There weren't many of them, and their cultivations were uneven. Farewell, both of you. Take care. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, so as not to be implicated by them, so he immediately said goodbye as soon as he came back to his senses. Yang Kai sensed his thoughts and nodded casually. The woman suddenly said, "I'll give you 2 a piece of advice. Don't provoke those with a leaf symbol embroidered on their chests. The more leaves there are, the more noble their identity is. This isn't your original world, and it's not a place where the strong preys on the weak. Also, Manager Liao's death probably won't be hidden for long. You'd better leave the human sovereign city when the world principles change next time." Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled slightly. When the woman wanted to say something else, the man had already pulled her into the crowd and soon disappeared. It's really an interesting world. Yang Kai looked around with great interest. The entire human sovereign city seemed to be shrouded by a layer of inexplicable restrictions. That restriction was absolutely magnificent because inside the human sovereign city, one couldn't feel the changes of the world principles in the outside world at all. The world principles here were almost the same as those in the astral boundary. Looking up, one could see the chaos in the sky, as if there were countless vortexes that could swallow one's vision. After staring for a long time, one would feel dizzy. "Is Zhu Lai here?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Zhu Qing said, "We need to find a place to use the secret technique to be sure. I hope he's here too." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's quite strong. Even if he's outside, he'll be fine for a while." Zhu Qing nodded slightly and subconsciously stroked the little black dog in her arms. Bow Wow was very satisfied, squinting his eyes and looking comfortable. No one knew whether Manager Liao, who was swallowed into his stomach was dead or alive. Chapter 2954. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Just as Yong Kai was silently observing the surroundings, an extremely rude shout suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a large group of people suddenly emerge from the huge space array. There were more than a dozen of them, and all of them had extraordinary cultivation. One of the men was the most conspicuous. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was handsome and had an arrogant expression. His pair of red phoenix eyes contained a lofty majesty, and he was wearing a moon-white cloak. The rest of the people scattered around and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. As soon as this group of people appeared, they walked in a certain direction. The leading cultivator opened the way in front and rudely pushed the people who blocked the way. The people who were pushed didn't dare to resist at all. Instead, they ran to the side in fear. It's His Highness the Third Prince. His Highness the Third Prince is back. Hurry up and kneel down. Don't talk and don't look at him. It's over if you're targeted by him. The crowd fell to their knees in an uproar. No matter whether they were male or female, old or young, or whether they were strong or weak, within a radius of 1,000 feet around the teleportation array, no matter what they were doing, they all prostrated themselves on the ground to show respect. Yong Kai was dumbfounded. He was curiously sizing up this so-called third prince, listening to the whispers about him, and secretly wondering what a prince was, because it seemed that such a title only existed in those kingdoms in the secular world. He had basically never heard of such a title among the cultivator community. Tens of thousands of people were kneeling around him. Only he and Zhu Qing were standing in the same place. Zhu Qing was holding a little black dog in her arms. All of a sudden, it seemed particularly unconventional. He sighed slightly. He knew it was bad. Before he completely understood the situation of this reincarnation world and the city of human sovereignty, he didn't want to cause trouble. However, most of the things in life didn't go his way. If he didn't cause trouble, trouble would come to him. He helplessly glanced at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing smiled. The abnormal behavior of Yong Kai and Zhu Qing instantly attracted the attention of that group of people. The leading cultivator in the front came in front of Yong Kai in a few steps. This guy was tall, like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He looked down at Yong Kai condescendingly and said in a low voice, "Boy, why don't you kneel in front of His Highness the Third Prince?" While they were talking, an extremely strong pressure emanated from the man's body, pressing down on Yong Kai. He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to have been on the battlefield for a long time, so his Emperor pressure had a strong, bloodthirsty aura to it. Anyone who came into contact with it would immediately tremble in fear and lose most of their will to resist. Yong Kai was indifferent. He was still standing there. It seemed that only a gentle breeze was blowing his hair. He looked at the brawny man and said, "A country bumpkin has not seen much of the world and does not understand etiquette. Please don't blame me, Master. We will leave now." While speaking, he was about to leave with Zhu Qing. It didn't matter if this was the third prince or any of the other princes. It was impossible for him to kneel. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more impossible. She was a member of the dragon race. Even if she died, she would not kneel to a mortal. So it was better to leave first to avoid more trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Seeing that Yong Kai was about to leave, the brawny man glared at him and shouted, "How dare you!" Like a mad bull, his big palm slapped down on Yong Kai's shoulder. With a loud bang, Yong Kai's body was as steady as Mount Tai, but a violent force spread from his body to his feet, shattering the stone floor. Yong Kai rolled his eyes, glanced at the brawny man, and said lazily, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" The brawny man showed a surprised expression and grinned. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skill. Unfortunately, you have met me." As he spoke, the strength in his hand suddenly became more violent. Blue veins bulged on his thick neck, as if he was using all his strength to push Yang Kai to the ground. Yang Kai glanced at the others and saw that the remaining guards were looking at him coldly. They seemed to think that he had committed some taboo and had to be punished. The third prince, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face and didn't care much about him. However, when he saw Zhu Qing, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but that was it, and he didn't pay any more attention to him. His gaze crossed the crowd and half of the human sovereign city and stared at a certain spot with a fiery light shining in his eyes. He was still standing here, probably waiting for his subordinates to teach Yang Kai a lesson so that the residents of the human sovereign city would know the price of offending him and learn to respect their superiors. The brawny man was still putting pressure on Yang Kai. At first, he had a look of confidence on his face because he also noticed that Yang Kai was only a first-order emperor realm master. In the case of the same cultivation, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this inexplicable brat in front of him. But as time passed and his emperor chi surged, his face gradually became ugly because no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake this brat in front of him at all. It was as if this brat had taken root in the ground, and there wasn't even a trace of him moving. After a while, the brawny man's face turned red, and his tower-like body began to tremble. Obviously, he was a little weak, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he could only hold on. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked past the brawny man and stared at the third prince. It's a virtue to know when to stop. The third prince turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes still fixed on a certain spot in the human sovereign city, as if his whole mind was immersed in it, and he could no longer perceive anything. Yang Kai snorted and raised his hand to slap the brawny man. He had already secretly warned this third prince. But since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no need for him to care about other people's face. As for the consequences of slapping someone's face, who cares? He'll just have to enjoy himself first. Everything had happened too quickly, and the brawny man hadn't thought that Kai Yang would actually fight back. By the time the palm had reached him, it was already too late for him to defend himself. Not to mention, his mind had been preoccupied with how to suppress Kai Yang, so how could he have the time to gather his strength to defend himself? This light palm seemed harmless, but it caused the brawny man's expression to change drastically. His whole body flew high into the air like a kite before landing heavily on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Those kneeling on the ground secretly looked up and immediately cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Obviously, none of them had expected this to happen. In the human sovereign city, there was actually someone who dared to clash with the third prince's guard, and in the presence of the third prince, this person was probably out of his mind to do such a stupid thing. It was a pity that the beautiful woman beside him would also suffer, who knew what would happen to her. Although the third prince's guards were shocked by Yang Kai's counterattack, they reacted extremely quickly. Without saying a word, they rushed forward and instantly surrounded Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Among these guards, there was one second-order emperor realm master, two first-order emperor realm masters, and the rest were all from the third-order Dao source realm. Each of them had a strong foundation, and it wasn't surprising that they could break through at any time. Although Yang Kai hadn't been here for long, the quantity and quality of the emperor realm in the human sovereign city still surprised him. He didn't know how the cultivator here cultivated, but it seemed to be very common in the emperor realm. Such a lineup of guards could be considered luxurious, especially when the third prince himself was also a first-order emperor realm master. Many masters surrounded them but didn't attack. They were just waiting for the third prince's order. As long as the third prince said the word kill, they would immediately pounce on Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and tear them to pieces. No matter how strong these two were, provoking a prince in the human sovereign city wouldn't end well for them. Surrounded like this, Yang Kai was calm and collected. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Zhu Qing also bent down and put down the black puppy, standing quietly beside Yang Kai. Did you just come from outside? The third prince suddenly retracted his gaze and asked Yang Kai, "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai frowned. He was a little surprised that this guy would ask about this. The third prince said lightly, "If you had stayed here for a few more days, you would have understood that it's not a wise move to start a conflict with a prince in the human sovereign city." Yang Kai grinned. "So that's how it is. The third prince really has sharp eyes." "That's right, my husband, and I did just come from outside." The third prince gently nodded his head and said, "The outside world has its own rules, and this place has its own rules. I'll let it go this time, but I hope that you can follow the local customs next time." After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a deep look and walked straight past him. The guards surrounding Yang Kai and Zhu Qing heard their master's words and didn't have any intention of making things difficult for them. They immediately turned around and followed him. Even the brawny man who was sent flying by Yang Kai didn't look at them when he passed by them, as if he hadn't fought with Yang Kai at all. That's right. After walking a dozen steps, the third prince suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "I'll let you know that I'm letting you go not because you've shown enough strength, but because it's your first offense, and I'm giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf." Yang Kai frowned slightly and moved his lips towards Zhu Qing. Although there was no sound or sound transmission, Zhu Qing still understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. This guy is really arrogant. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and giggled. "Pa." The third prince seemed to casually snap his fingers. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, and he let out a groan. Zhu Qing's beautiful face paled as she stared nervously at Yang Kai and said, "You're bleeding." Saying so, she hurriedly took out a silk scarf from her space ring and placed it under Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai reached out and took the silk scarf, covering his nose as he stared incredulously at the third prince walking away. "Why are you bleeding?" Zhu Qing frowned, puzzled. She had watched the conflict from beginning to end and hadn't seen any signs of injury on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai still had a nosebleed. This was obviously abnormal. "Let's find a place to talk." Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he pulled Zhu Qing away. The surrounding residents of the human sovereign city slowly got up and moved to the sides, as if avoiding snakes or scorpions. Chapter 2955. In a tea house, high-quality tea was being steamed, exuding a unique fragrance. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other, while the black puppy rested on a corner of the table, its eyes closed. "What happened just now?" Zhu Qing asked in a low voice. Even now, she still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai was injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was still bleeding. It was impossible to say that it was the third prince's doing. She knew very well how strong Yang Kai was. How could a trivial first-order emperor realm master injure him? And all it took was a snap of his fingers. If the third prince really had this ability, then he wouldn't be far from the great emperors. This human sovereign city isn't simple. Yang Kai loosened the scarf covering his nostrils. The blood had stopped, but the scarf was a mess, so he put it away. Zhu Qing was shocked. "Was it really the third prince who injured you?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "How is that possible?" Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? She was shocked. What kind of master was hiding his strength that even she couldn't see through? If there really was such a person, then his strength was too terrifying. No. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. His strength is that of a first-order emperor realm master. Then how could it be? Zhu Qing's mouth opened slightly. How do I put it? Yang Kai frowned as he recalled the scene just now. After a long time, he said, "There is an extremely strong force in the human sovereign city, and the third prince seems to be able to control this force at will. It wasn't the third prince who injured me, but that omnipresent force." Although this was a bit awkward, the meaning was very clear. Zhu Qing naturally understood. So she asked in a daze, "What kind of force is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Do you remember the woman who warned us not to provoke people with leaves on their chests?" Zhu Qing patted the table and said, "The third prince seems to have a leaf symbol on his clothes." Yang Kai grinned, "And it's the symbol of a 9-leaf cultivator." He then pointed to the sky and said, "You may not have noticed, but the people flying in the sky all have a leaf symbol on their chests. It's just that there are different numbers." Hearing what he said, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to investigate. She found that it was indeed the case. Among the people flying in the sky, no matter how strong they were, none of them were ordinary people. All of them had the symbol of a tree leaf embroidered on their chests. These people probably have a very special status in the human sovereign city. That's why they're this SSS, SSSS, SSS, SSSSS. They send theirs? Zhu Qing frowned and said, "Isn't there a bit too many royal relatives?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's why most of those fellows only have 1 or 2 leaves. It's rare to see someone with more than 5 leaves. The third prince, for example, is a 9-leaf cultivator. It seems like he's someone with authority." Zhu Qing said, "I remember now. Steward Liao, who was in the cave before, seemed to have a similar symbol on his chest." "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded. "That's why he's able to control the space array over there. That's why he has the master seal of the human sovereignty. Even if the couple is stronger than him, they have no choice but to swallow their pride. TSK, it's good to have special privileges. What are you thinking?" Zhu Qing looked at him coldly. Yang Kai said solemnly, "What I'm trying to say is that only the royal relatives can mobilize the mysterious power in the city. That's why they can easily defeat those who are stronger than them. Naturally, I don't think every royal relative has such an ability. Perhaps there are some limitations. For example, only those with more than 5 or 6 leaves are qualified to do so. The more leaves they have, the more power they can mobilize." You seem to have a point." Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. She did not think there was anything wrong with Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai sneered. "At the end of the day, it's still the law of the jungle. It's just that some people here can borrow a special power. This power seems to be everywhere in the city of human sovereignty. Can we stop it?" Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't say for sure. Earlier, the third prince didn't go all out, and I wasn't prepared for it. Hence, I don't know if I'll be able to stop it if it really comes down to it. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell that power is. Only then can we deal with the problem. Should we ask around?" Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for that." "Why?" "Because someone's coming to us on a silver platter, little fool." Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing said angrily, "You're the little fool." Yang Kai's words reminded her that ever since she entered the city of human sovereignty, her IQ seemed to have dropped. When she thought about it, it was probably because she felt like she had someone to rely on. Hence, her judgment and observation skills had plummeted. She did not feel good about this, but she did not reject this feeling. "Master, since you're here, why don't you come and sit with us? Why are you all alone without anyone to talk to?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at a table not far away. There was only one customer at that table. He looked to be in his 50s, had a goatee, and had a refined appearance. At first glance, he looked like a teacher. His cultivation was restrained, and his aura was ethereal. It was impossible to judge his strength. This guy entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. When he heard Yang Kai's words, the goatee did not hesitate. He stood up and sat down. He did not look at Yang Kai or Zhu Qing. Instead, he was interested in the little black dog that was lying on the table pretending to be asleep. The aroma of tea filled the room. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He said, "What's your name, sir?" The goatee picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said calmly, "A good dog." Yang Kai smiled. "It's just a little mutt. What's so good about it?" "You flatter me." The little black dog did not have any special characteristics, as long as it did not reveal its return to Ruin's bloodline. No one would notice anything unusual. The goatee shook his head. "I'm not talking about it." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "If you're not talking about it, then you're talking about me?" The goatee stroked his beard and said calmly, "You're worth teaching." Zhu Qing's face turned cold. She immediately wanted to teach this old man a lesson. This old man did not know what he was talking about. He actually dared to insult her man in front of her. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. "Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog?" The goatee said, "Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages." Yang Kai sneered. "Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family?" The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. "You're right." Yang Kai said, "I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks is trash. It seems like you're a good dog." Zhu Qing snorted. "Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him." She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, "It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat, or do you have other plans?" The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, "Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested." Yang Kai said, "Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog. Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance." The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. "It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance." Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog." The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, "I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city." As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, "This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this." When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly, because he recognized the identity of these people. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said with a headache, "What do you mean by giving a date a club?" Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, "They don't seem to be the same people." Yang Kai suddenly said, "If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before." The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Yang Kai, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then, a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Tao Source realm cultivators. They didn't move at all, and the palanquin flew steadily. Chapter 2956. The bed and palanquin were extremely luxurious, with a translucent pink curtain that gave off a hazy feeling of extravagance. There were 2 people in the palanquin, a man and 2 women, all of whom were reclining on the palanquin. There was good wine and fresh fruit on the couch. The man was hugging the women in each arm, taking a sip of wine and eating a spirit fruit, looking very comfortable. The 2 women were wearing very little, exposing a large part of their snow-white skin. They were wriggling in his arms, acting coquettishly, vaguely competing for his affection. The man acted as if there was no one around, his 2 big hands groping and ravaging the 2 women's delicate bodies, causing them to gasp from time to time. The people along the way all knelt down, not daring to raise their heads, not knowing that there was an endless romantic scene in the palanquin. Only the women's seductive voices entered their ears, making them feel as if their bellies were on fire. In the blink of an eye, the bed and palanquin arrived in front of the tea house. Before the palanquin landed, the Tao Source realm bearers stood there with straight backs. The surroundings were quiet, and the obscene sounds from the palanquin became more and more abrupt. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide, watching with great interest. Zhu Qing blushed slightly and coldly snorted, but when she saw Yang Kai's bewitched look, she couldn't help but kick him under the table and glare at him. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, your eyeballs will fall out." Yang Kai grimaced and said to her, "Qing, you look so good when you're jealous." "Nonsense." Zhu Qing's face turned even redder. Who's jealous?" The 2 of them flirted with each other as if no one was around, causing the surrounding cultivators to look on coldly. A burly, bald man walked into the tea house. He looked like a lackey, but his cultivation was quite good. He was a second-order emperor realm master, and his aura was profound. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and shouted, "The first prince has arrived. Why aren't you kneeling? It's really a prince." Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other. He had just said it casually. They didn't expect that the person who came was really a prince. He and Zhu Qing had only been in the city of Human Sovereign for less than half an hour, and they had only had a small conflict with the 3rd prince's people at the Space Magic Array. They didn't expect that the first prince would appear so soon. Although the 3rd prince had taught him a lesson, he still sent people over. Undoubtedly, he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. He wondered what the first prince was up to this time. However, when Yang Kai saw the first prince's posture, he had a vague guess. He immediately felt a little displeased, and his tone became very unfriendly. "Sorry, this young master does not have the habit of kneeling to others. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram." "Ooh." Hearing this, the bald man was furious and shouted, "Impudent!" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and was about to make a move. However, a soft voice came from the palanquin. "Stop. What if you hurt the beauty?" When the bald man heard this, he immediately stopped. However, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The voice from the palanquin said, "Beauty, let me introduce myself. I am the first prince of the city of Human Sovereign, Fushu. Are you interested in coming with this prince to play?" Zhu Qing didn't answer, but the 2 women in Fushu's arms were unhappy. One of them climbed onto Fushu's body and took a sip of wine. She said coquettishly, "The first prince is so bad. It's not enough to have us sisters to serve you. You actually want to find someone else. How annoying." The other woman also said sweetly, "That's right, first prince." What's so good about this woman's cold face? How can she be as considerate? as us sisters who serve you wholeheartedly. First Prince, don't pay attention to her. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Let's go back to the palace. My sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will definitely satisfy the first prince. The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine and felt as if his entire body was as light as a feather. His two large hands forcefully pinched the soft and tender bodies of the two women beside him, causing them to let out a soft moan. He chuckled and said, "The two of you are indeed good, but she is not bad either. This imperial prince will take her in, and let her be your sister." No, we already have enough sisters. First Prince, you can't accept any more. That's right. I can't even count all those sisters. First Prince, you just promised the servant a few days ago that you won't fool around anymore. How can you go back on your word in just a few days? This person won't listen. The first prince laughed dryly and said, "Yes. This prince did say those words before, but at that time, this beauty didn't exist. I will accept one more, and one more. I definitely won't accept any more in the future." First Prince is lying. This person doesn't believe you. Don't. First Prince, there's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has a head of red hair. If First Prince likes it, us sisters can also dye our red hair red and wave it in front of you every day so that you can see as much as you want. How is that the same? Fushu shook his head and said, "You don't know. Although this beauty doesn't look special, I heard that she came from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but this is the first time I've met one from the outside world. Naturally, I can't let her go so easily." She came from the outside world? What's so strange about that? Women are all the same. First Prince, that's enough. Shut up. Fushu's tone suddenly became cold. The two women who were acting coquettishly suddenly fell silent. They understood their status and position in the first prince's eyes. They were just playthings. It didn't matter if they acted coquettishly from time to time, because he doted on them. However, if they insisted on stopping the first prince from seeking pleasure, they would immediately fall out of favor. There were countless beauties in the first prince's residence. It wasn't necessary for the two of them to serve him. Thus, when they felt that the first prince's tone was not right, the two women didn't dare to disobey. One of them immediately changed her tone and said, "Since First Prince likes her so much, then just accept her. It's just one more sister. As long as First Prince is happy, anything is fine." Sister is right. I think this woman's appearance is also not bad. She is barely qualified to serve First Prince. Fushu immediately smiled and kissed the two women on their cheeks. He laughed and said, "You two are the most reasonable. This prince didn't dote on you for nothing." The two women wriggled in the first prince's arms. The woman who spoke first said, "But this beauty seems to already have someone in her heart. First Prince, what are you going to do?" Fushu smiled and said, "That's because she doesn't know how powerful this prince is. Once she has tasted this prince's methods, why would she think of another man? Look carefully, this prince will go and subdue her right now." As he spoke, he broke free from the two women. He straightened his disheveled clothes and stood up from the palanquin. He opened the curtains and stepped down. After entering the tea house, he looked up at Zhu Qing. His heart immediately burst with joy when he saw her. He didn't get a good look at her from behind the curtains. Now, he saw that this red-haired woman was simply too beautiful. Although her expression was cold, it was enough to incite a man's desire to conquer her. As he had said before, he had never tried a foreign beauty before. It wasn't that he didn't have enough power, but rather that no one had entered the human sovereign city for many years. He was the first prince. In the human sovereign city, he was second only to the emperor. If he wanted a beauty, he only had to give the order, and someone would immediately arrange it for him. None of the women dared to resist. They all did their best to please him. After getting used to eating delicacies, it was a kind of happiness to occasionally have a change of taste. Thus, the colder Zhu Qing's expression was, the more he liked it. Deep in his heart, he wanted nothing more than to bring this red-haired beauty back to the prince's mansion and dote on her. His fiery gaze was like a leech biting onto Zhu Qing's face. He began to move his gaze without restraint, wanting to examine her from head to toe. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of Zhu Qing. The first prince's expression immediately changed. It was as if he had seen a lump of stink. He said with disdain, "What's your name?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to reply, Fu Shu said, "I don't care what your name is. If you want to live, then scram. Seeing that you have done a good deed, this prince will bestow upon you a one-leaf body." As soon as these words were said, the surrounding cultivators all had fiery expressions. A one-leaf body, although it was the lowest level of nobility, it was still nobility. In the city of human sovereignty, one would be able to enjoy special privileges that ordinary people could not. In an instant, one would be able to rise above the commoners. These people had followed the first prince for many years, but none of them had ever received such a reward. They did not expect that this outsider would receive such an honor just because he had a beauty by his side. This made many of the first prince's attendants green with envy. They secretly sighed at this brat's good luck. The bald man took a step forward and shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, why aren't you thanking us and leaving? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai sighed dejectedly. He looked seriously at the first prince and said, "This, Your Highness the First Prince, this lowly one has a deep relationship with my wife. I don't want to be separated, and I don't have any intentions of offering her beauty. Your Highness the First Prince is extremely powerful and has countless beauties by your side. I think the two in the sedan are quite good. Why do you have to set your sights on a married woman? If word gets out, it will damage your Highness's reputation." Fu Shu said with a cold face, "Are you insulting my intelligence or insulting your own?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He also felt that his proposal was too childish. Fu Shu said, "This prince also does not want to bully others. How about this? If you think the two in the sedan are good, then I will give them to you. The one behind you is mine." As soon as this was said, the two women in the sedan were as if they had been struck by lightning. They suddenly became very stiff, but they did not dare to say anything. For a moment, their expressions were miserable, and they cried. Yang Kai said in surprise, "Won't the first prince lose out?" Fu Shu snorted, "This prince is a magnanimous master. What's wrong with letting you take advantage of me?" Yang Kai said, "But I have no interest in taking what others like. I only want to be with this lowly one." Fu Shu waved his hand and said impatiently, "Then just treat it as a reward. There is no need to thank me." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Zhu Qing said behind him, "He is staring at me and won't let go. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned and revealed a bright smile. "What else can I do? Since he is here, then I will beat him." Chapter 2957. Someone from the Third Order Tao Source realm dares to act presumptuously in front of this young master. Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand and slapped Fu Shu mercilessly. He could see that although the human sovereign city was safe and unaffected by the changes in world principles, it was in fact a pool of muddy water. If he and Zhu Qing, two outsiders, wanted to establish themselves here, they would have to show extraordinary strength and let others know that they were not to be trifled with. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle, and if it changed, it meant that they were not strong enough. Fu Shu's strength was not high, only in the Third Order Tao Source realm, but Yang Kai's eyes were sharp enough to see that this guy's cultivation was exaggerated. He should have taken some pills or emperor artifacts to forcefully increase his cultivation, so it was impossible for him to display his full strength. Furthermore, this crown prince looked like he was addicted to wine and women, so it was likely that he had already been hollowed out. This kind of guy Kai Yang could casually kill dozens or even hundreds of them. However, Fushu did not have the slightest self-awareness. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, so once he attacked, he would not have any time to react. His emperor chi surged, and the world energy fluctuated as a huge palm visible to the naked eye slammed down on Fushu. The bald man's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Stop! Stop your mother's hand!" Yang Kai cursed. His hand did not stop moving, becoming more and more violent. Fushu really didn't have time to react. He stuck his head out to take a look at the beautiful woman behind Kai Yang. Only when the palm was about to hit him did he suddenly cry out in fear, his whole body stiffening and trembling. He didn't know what to do. Seeing that this palm was about to smash the talisman pivot into powder, a green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It suddenly formed a layer of protection, wrapping Fushu completely. Hong, the protection shattered, and Fushu's hair danced wildly, his body in a sorry state, but he was unharmed. What the hell is that? Kai Yang was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he didn't see any trace of the talisman Shu casting a spell, but that protective shield had strangely appeared. Looking up and down, it also didn't seem like he was wearing any kind of artifact. On the contrary, he was wearing a lot of useless pendants which could only be used as decoration. The bald man had already charged out from the side. A light flashed in his hand, and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared. The sledgehammer was half the size of a table. It was flickering with a dazzling light, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. The bald man shouted angrily, "You dare to be rude to the first prince? Die, brat!" His muscles bulged as he held the sledgehammer in one hand. He exerted all his strength and smashed it down on Yang Kai's head. In a split second, the sound of wind and thunder filled their ears, making them tremble in fear. "Escort the emperor. Protect them!" Yang Kai shouted. Zhu Qing glared at him. While her red hair was fluttering, her petite body flashed and stood beside Yang Kai. Then she raised a small white fist and met the sledgehammer head-on. The bald man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Get out of my way!" He didn't know why this red-haired woman wanted to kill herself, but he knew the power of his attack. This woman's cultivation seemed to be quite good, but she was still a delicate woman. If she was hit by his sledgehammer, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. This was a woman the first prince had taken a fancy to. How could he dare to kill her? He had used all his strength before. Now, even if he wanted to withdraw, it was too late. Seeing Zhu Qing in front of him, he could only twist his body and move the sledgehammer a little, hoping that the woman could escape. Zhu Qing's fist smashed into the sledgehammer. Her small fist and the sledgehammer created an extremely strong visual impact. No one doubted that Zhu Qing's fate would be miserable. However, the result was shocking. With a loud bang, Zhu Qing's body didn't move. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The bald man holding the sledgehammer stared, as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze for a moment before he was sent flying like lightning. Hong Long Long. The walls of the tea house and the building next door were filled with holes. As far as the eye could see, dust filled the air. The bald man fell into a pile of rubble, motionless. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially the guards who had come with the first prince. They all stared at Zhu Qing in a daze. They never thought that this seemingly soft and delicate body could explode with such destructive power. This was even more inconceivable than seeing a demon race jumping around in the human sovereign city. Zhu Qing waved her hand with a look of disdain. Outside the tea house, the two seductive women on the palanquin screamed in horror. How many years had the human sovereign city been peaceful? No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the city, let alone have a conflict with the first prince. Suddenly seeing such a big scene, the two women were naturally frightened. Their faces turned pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. The screams woke up the dazed Fushu. He was stunned for a while before he suddenly woke up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Yang Kai, "You hit me?" His tone was much harsher and became somewhat hysterical. "You dare hit me? This prince—" "That's right, you're the one I'm going to hit." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the myriad sword in the air. He slashed down at Fushu's head. The sword light was biting cold, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Fushu was so frightened that he screamed and ran away like a rat. The myriad's sword chased after Fushu like a maggot. The sword light slashed at Fushu's body, but it did not cause him any harm. Every time the sword light came, a green light would appear on Fushu's body and block the attack. If Yang Kai was strong, it would be strong. If Yang Kai was weak, it would be weak. It was as if it had a mind of its own. No matter what, it would protect the first prince Fushu's safety. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai was unable to break through the green light. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. If he had not accidentally come to this reincarnation world and entered the city of human sovereign city, he would not have known that such a thing existed in this world. "Help! Help!" the first prince shouted as he ran. He no longer had the dignity of a prince. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person running for his life. He had even forgotten that he had once cultivated. His guards finally reacted and rushed towards Yang Kai to protect their master. Although these guards were not weak, how could they be Yang Kai's opponent? The myriad's sword cut down one by one, like cutting vegetables. However, Yang Kai did not kill them. Although the tea house was full of blood and screams, there was no danger to their lives. However, Yang Kai's ferocious appearance had scared the first prince out of his wits. He did not even have the strength to run. He was blocked in a corner of the tea house. He looked at Yang Kai in horror as he walked towards him step by step. He trembled and shouted, "Don't come here, don't come here. I am the first prince. I order you to stop." Yang Kai smiled sinisterly. Blood dripped from the myriad sword, making him look like a demon from hell. The first prince wished that he could just faint and be done with it. However, the fear in his heart made him more clear-headed than usual. After a few steps, Yang Kai stood in front of the first prince. He tilted his head and looked at him. Then myriad sword slowly stabbed towards him. The first prince sucked in a breath of cold air and held his breath. He stared at the tip of myriad sword in horror. When myriad sword was about an inch away from Fushu, the green hazy light appeared again. It wrapped around myriad sword tenaciously and blocked its advance. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the light. Yang Kai used myriad sword to point at the green shield. He looked down at Fushu and asked, "What is this?" Fushu's 2 rows of teeth were chattering. He could no longer answer Yang Kai's question. A voice came from the side. "With the protection of the holy tree, the imperial family will not be harmed." Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the man with the goatee who had just left had appeared in the tea house again. He was still sitting in the same position as before. It was as if he had never moved. He stared at him indifferently. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "With the protection of the holy tree? What holy tree?" The man with the goatee said, "It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with me. I hate people like you the most. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him impatiently. The man with the goatee said, "You have offended the first prince and injured so many of his guards. You have also frightened the first prince. There is no place for you in the human sovereign city." "I'm so scared." Yang Kai sneered. "Are you going to tell me that if I want to live, I should quickly go and lick the feet of the third prince? Only he can protect my safety?" The man with the goatee smiled. "Smart people understand." Yang Kai snorted. "It seems that everything that has happened here is within your expectations. You were the one who brought the first prince here, right?" The man with the goatee shook his head. Don't accuse me wrongly. The first prince's desire to chase after beauties is well known. When you and this girl appeared in the human sovereign city, someone went to inform him. This old man only expected the situation and came to join in the fun. He paused and looked at Yang Kai. How about it? Do you still want to refuse? Ooh. Before Yang Kai could reply, the frightened Fushu looked as if he had seen his savior. He looked at the man with the goatee. I remember now. You are that person by the third prince's side. Yes, that person. Hurry up and kill this guy for me. This prince will reward you handsomely. The man with the goatee looked at the first prince with disdain. This old man is the third prince's man. Why would I help you? The first prince is confused. Fushu's face paled. Then what will it take for you to help? How about I give you the two women outside? The man with the goatee looked between his legs and sighed. This old man is already so old. It is not easy to guard this little bit of Yang Yuan. I appreciate the first prince's kindness, but it is a pity that this old man cannot accept it. How can you be like this? Fushu's face was filled with disappointment. The man with the goatee turned to look at Yang Kai. Is your answer the same? Yang Kai rested Myriad's sword on his shoulder and sneered. The man with the goatee understood and said to Fushu, although this old man will not help, this old man can show the first prince a way out. Chapter 2958. Speak, speak. Fushu hurriedly said. He didn't have many strong subordinates, and all of them were lying on the ground, so he could only place his hopes on the goatee. The goatee said, with the protection of the holy tree, the crown prince will definitely not be injured. Since he won't be injured, why are you afraid of him? You are a prince and can use the power of the holy tree. Even if you can't beat him, can't you just steal and run? As long as you return to your residence, what can he do to you? Fushu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He scolded himself for being so scared. It was indeed, as the old goatee said, he had the protection of the holy tree, so ordinary people couldn't hurt him. Since he wouldn't be injured, what was there to be afraid of? He hated himself for being so scared that he didn't even think of such a thing. He hated Kai Yang for making him lose face. Looking at Zhu Qing, who was standing over there, he gradually regained his courage and slowly stood up from the corner of the wall. Although his body was still trembling, it was much better than begging for mercy and running away. The previous conflict had attracted the attention of many residents of Emperor City. At this moment, the tea house was surrounded by onlookers from all directions. Several groups of patrolling guards arrived, and were shocked to see the mess in the tea house when they parted the crowd. When they saw Fushu, they all came forward to greet him and asked about the situation. You all came at the right time. The appearance of these guards increased Fushu's confidence. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, this person is vicious and evil. He injured my guards and insulted this prince. Quickly come with this prince and take him down. When the guards heard this, they agreed one after another. A sneer appeared on Fushu's face as he suddenly began to chant an incantation. The incantation was cryptic and difficult to understand, causing the onlookers to be confused while Yang Kai was taken aback. He was too familiar with this chant. When the chant sounded, he couldn't help but think of a magnificent battle scene. At that time, he had 100,000 troops under his command. The various branches coordinated and fearlessly attacked the demon race camp. The wizard would chant such a chant. The chanting of the incantation made one's blood boil, filling one's chest with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to destroy everything in front of them. The Fushu's incantation was very short. There seemed to be some changes, but they were still the same. A ray of light suddenly bloomed and enveloped the guards. In the next moment, the blood and chi of the many guards suddenly surged, and their bodies swelled up like balloons. Their exposed skin glowed with a dark red light, and even their eyes turned crimson red. Timidity and fear disappeared from their bodies, replaced by determination and bravery. Bloodthirst! Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never thought that after more than 100,000 years he would be able to see someone else use the bloodthirst technique. Although there were some changes to the bloodthirst technique, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't mistake it. Previously in the cave, when Manager Liao used the technique, there were some traces of wizard techniques. However, it wasn't obvious. So, Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to it. But now, it seemed that the reincarnation world still had wizard techniques. He didn't know how it had been passed down for so long. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect such a scene. Her beautiful eyes curiously looked at the cultivator that had changed. She was somewhat puzzled. When the Fushu's incantation sounded again, Yang Kai already knew what kind of wizard technique this was. This wizard technique was the most troublesome type of wizard technique for the demon race. It was also a type of wizard technique that couldn't be cracked. It was because of the protection of this wizard technique that the barbarians could compete with the demon race. Yang Kai knew how terrifying this wizard technique was. How could he let the Fushu use it? He took a step forward, and the myriad's sword leisurely disappeared. When he clapped his hands together, a huge crescent blade suddenly slashed towards the Fushu. This attack appeared very suddenly, and its power was unpredictable. It made the goatee secretly shocked. The Fushu was naturally shocked, but he didn't care. He remembered the goatee's words. Even though he was shocked, he didn't have any intention of dodging or blocking. The incantation from his mouth became louder and louder. The huge crescent blade hit the Fushu's body as expected, but was blocked by the green light that appeared on the Fushu's body. However, this time, the green light was especially dense, and it was almost lush. This green light was a type of protection. It would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. On the other hand, it showed the powerful killing power of the crescent blade. Silently, the divine technique that could devour space couldn't do anything to the Fushu. The green light actually blocked the crescent blade's attack again, but a small crack appeared at the spot where the crescent blade came in contact with it. It was almost undetectable. This kind of protection wasn't invincible, but it wasn't unbreakable. Yang Kai suddenly realized this point. The reason why Yang Kai's previous attacks didn't have any effect was because they weren't strong enough. And in this moment of delay, the Fushu had completed his wizard technique. Another ray of light bloomed and shrouded the guards. In the dark, there seemed to be something that connected these people together, making them live and die together. Everyone's chi and blood gathered in one place and soared into the sky. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Life chains. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. He never thought that he would one day face the two great war wizard techniques, the bloodthirst technique and life chains. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarian army, led by Yang Kai, was invincible thanks to these two wizard techniques. Because of this, Yang Kai knew better than anyone how powerful they were. The goatee was surprised. You know about saint techniques? What are saint techniques? Yang Kai took a few steps back and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, looking forward coldly. There were about 30 guards in the group who had been affected by the bloodthirst technique and life chains. No matter who it was, their cultivation was below the Emperor realm. The strongest one was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and the weakest was only a Second Order Origin King. If this group of people were to fight alone, Yang Kai could easily blow them away with a single breath and teach them how to behave. But now, they had the capital to fight to the death with the people of the Emperor realm. The name of the war wizard technique was not just a bluff. The goatee said, "Only the members of the imperial family who have 6 leaves and above can use the power of the holy tree to cast this secret technique." If you don't know about the saint techniques, how can you say the name of the saint techniques? Yang Kai did not answer him. He whispered to Zhu Qing, "This is a little troublesome." Zhu Qing said, "I'll take care of these people. I'll leave that prince to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "They're not easy to deal with. Let me do it." Zhu Qing said leisurely, "Don't underestimate me. Okay? Also, I don't want to fight with that annoying guy." "Since you said so, that's the only way." Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Qing snorted, "If you can't take care of him, don't even think about touching me in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she pounced forward. Yang Kai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Do you have to be so ruthless?" The goatee poured cold water on them and said, "It's useless. Since the saint techniques have been cast, you have no chance of winning unless you can reverse the saint techniques. However, you'll need the holy tree's protection first." Fushu was furious. "Old man, whose side are you on?" The goatee said calmly, "I'm just here to watch the show. I'm not taking sides. You should focus on fighting the enemy. First Prince, be careful not to embarrass the imperial family." Fushu was infuriated by the goatee's words. He said with great ambition, "Open your eyes wide and watch carefully." As they spoke, Zhu Qing had already clashed with the 30 or so guards. When the violent energy surged, the small tea house collapsed. The owner of the tea house ran to the street and cried bitterly as he cursed. Soon, Zhu Qing discovered how difficult it was to deal with this group of people. They weren't very agile. After all, there were more than 30 of them. When they fought, they didn't cooperate at all. They didn't have any order, and they often interfered with each other. They looked clumsy. However, even though there were more than 30 of them, every single one of them had the ability to take her attacks head-on. Every time she attacked, any random person would be able to block it. This was simply unbelievable. She was a member of the dragon race, and her strength was violent. Even a third-layer emperor, realm cultivator, wouldn't dare say that they could take a hit from her without being injured. However, this ragtag group of guards could do it. After a few punches, Zhu Qing quickly discovered the secret behind their ability to block her attacks. She didn't know what was wrong with these people. No matter who tried to block her, her attacks would be dispersed and shared by these 30 or so people. If one chopstick could be easily broken, 2 chopsticks would be twice the resistance, let alone these 30 or so people who had been enchanted with some kind of saint technique. After their chi and blood force was stimulated, these people didn't fear pain or danger. Everyone's eyes turned red, and the number of attacks they could withstand increased exponentially. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and her attacks became more and more violent. To her, what happened just now was just a test. With a rumble, the battlefield kept shifting. Soon, half of the street was affected. On the old site of the tea house, Yang Kai stared at Fushu and said indifferently, "You heard what the madam said. For the sake of this young master's future happiness, please lie down." First Prince. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Fushu, almost sticking to him. The goatee's eyes narrowed, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. In that instant, he didn't see what happened. Fushu screamed and almost fell again. However, he quickly calmed down and gritted his teeth. "Do you think this prince is afraid of you?" Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch at Fushu's face. Before Fushu could react, the fist was already in front of him. Fortunately, the green light blocked the attack and didn't injure him. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and chanted an incantation. He wanted to cast the bloodlust spell on himself so that he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Fushu's chest and said, "First Prince, you're only an 8-leaf cultivator. TSK, TSK. Even the third prince is a 9-leaf cultivator. Why is it that you, the eldest brother, have 1 less leaf than him? Is it because the human sovereign favors him? Or is it because you're unpopular?" Fushu's incantation came to an abrupt halt. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Why would father favor the third prince? I'm the first prince." Chapter 2959. Is that so? However, the third prince indeed has one more leaf than you. If I'm not mistaken, the more leaves one has, the more honorable one's status is. In that case, you're indeed inferior to the third prince. That's because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Yes, that's right. I'm not willing to cultivate. That's why I'm only an 8-leaf cultivator. If I have a cultivation base like Old Third's one day, a 9-leaf cultivator will be a piece of cake. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Yang Kai had a look of disdain on his face. I don't think so. If I were a human sovereign, I wouldn't like you, first prince. If I want to pass the throne to the third prince one day, I'll definitely consider him. The third prince is a dragon among men. His cultivation base is extraordinary, and he treats people with generosity. How can you compare to him? You, shut up. Fushu was infuriated by Yang Kai. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Yang Kai. With the protection of the holy tree, he looked fearless. Although Yang Kai was speaking, his hands never stopped attacking Fushu's body. He was constantly attacking various parts of Fushu's body, but he was still unable to break through the green light's protection. The first prince's attacks were no different from scratching an itch to Yang Kai, and he could completely ignore them. For a time, the two of them fought like street thugs. However, neither of them could defeat the other. All of their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. The man with the goatee sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer, and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to care about his words. Just use your saint arts. Your cultivation is inferior to his, and only saint arts will be able to avenge your humiliation." Yang Kai turned his head and snorted coldly. "Old thing, if you keep blabbering, I'll knock your teeth out." The goatee said earnestly, "Young man, you must know how to respect the old and love the young. That depends on the person. People like you who like to show off everywhere. I have to kill dozens of them every day." As they spoke, Fushu's incantation sounded again, but he had been reminded by Goatee. He no longer entangled himself with Yang Kai and directly cast bloodlust on himself. The timidity and fear in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his eyes were instantly filled with anger and excitement. He laughed loudly. As if there was no one around, he said ferociously, "Brat, you dare to offend this prince. I want you to die. After killing you, I will take good care of that beauty." Bloodlust could affect a person's rationality and cause them to lose some of their judgment, but it was undeniable that it was still very useful in certain special situations. Fushu's fear and cowardice were suppressed by the bloodlust. He stared at Yang Kai with his red eyes, as if he had become a different person. He roared, "Bind." All of a sudden, an invisible force pushed out from the void, like a layer of waves. It bound Yang Kai's raised fist. Yang Kai was unable to smash down. No matter how he struggled, his fist was fixed in the air. He felt that his fist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the more he wanted to attack, the stronger the pulling force became. Yang Kai's expression was stern. The first prince, Fushu, was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he was able to achieve such a feat with the help of a so-called saint technique. This was beyond Yang Kai's imagination, and it made him even more wary of this modified witchcraft. Normal wizard techniques could not have such an effect, nor could they do such an unimaginable thing. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and this was the first time he was beaten by someone who was weaker than him. He floated back and was blocked again, but he easily opened up the distance between him and Fushu. After succeeding in one move, Fushu's confidence increased greatly. He laughed wildly. "Run? Let's see where you can run to. Sword, come." He stretched out his hand, and a green fluorescent light suddenly burst out in the void. The color of the fluorescent light looked exactly the same as the energy protecting Fushu, and the fluorescent light quickly gathered in the air, turning into a shocking long sword. Fushu pointed his hand, and the long sword slashed down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils shrank, and he instinctively felt the power of this attack. Under the surging of the law of space, several moon blades flew out to meet it. With a rumble, the green long sword destroyed all the moon blades along the way, but after intercepting the last moon blade, it suddenly collapsed. Fushu's body shook, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils, but he did not feel it at all. He raised his hands again and roared again. Another green light bloomed, and it was still a huge green long sword. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. After a few times, he finally caught a subtle trace. Every time Fushu used the saint technique, it seemed to have a resonance with something in that direction. This resonance was very weak, and if it was not for Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he would not have noticed it. Fushu of the third order Tao source realm did not have the strength to compete with him, and the only reason he could do this was because he had borrowed power. He had borrowed the power of the holy tree, and the direction that resonated with it should be the direction of the holy tree. He wanted to see what the hell the so-called holy tree was. It actually had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. His divine sense spread out like a tide, causing the void to buzz, and the goatee's face changed again. In an instant, everything in the human sovereign city was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, as if the best artist had painted a picture in his mind. As his divine sense advanced, he could see farther and farther. Suddenly, a barrier blocked in front of him. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and his divine sense crashed into it, causing him to feel dizzy. At this time, the green long sword had already slashed down, and it hit Yang Kai's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Fushu laughed. "You dare to be arrogant. You dare to humiliate me. This is the price you have to pay." He made a hand seal, controlling the green long sword to press down, as if he wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with the myriad sword in hand, he swung it up, and a biting cold sword chi burst out, cutting the green long sword in half. Fushu was stunned, and he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said, "First Prince, is this all you've got? What a joke! Show me what you've got. Let's see what you can do to me." Fushu was furious, and he shouted, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He suddenly chanted an incantation, but this time, Yang Kai could not tell what kind of wizard spell it was. At the same time, Fushu got into a bow and arrow posture. A green arrow strangely appeared in front of him, and he gently pinched it, placing it on the invisible bow, chasing the stars and moon. Die! Following Fushu's angry roar, the green arrow spun and broke through the barrier of space, leaving a visible vacuum along the way, and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai tilted his head, and the arrow brushed past his temples, cutting off a few strands of black hair that fluttered in the wind. "You still dare to dodge?" Fushu was like an erupting volcano. Without any hesitation, he began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at Yang Kai like meteors. Blood flowed from his nostrils like a flood that had broken through a dam, drenching his clothes and the ground. However, it was as if he didn't notice it at all. His entire being was in an indescribable state of excitement. After 3 to 5 arrows, even his 7 orifices began to bleed. Using saint arts seemed to be a great burden on him. In this world, there was no power that could be obtained for no reason. Even if Fushu was the first prince and was born with the blessing of the holy tree, and could use powerful saint arts with his level in the third order Tao source realm, he would have to pay a great price to compete with Yang Kai. His unrestrained attacks made it easier for Yang Kai to spy on the source of the saint arts. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Fushu was overjoyed when he saw this, and said naively, "Have you seen this prince's strength? It's too late to kneel and beg for mercy. This prince will make you taste all the torture in the world." As he spoke, he raised his hand again, and a green arrow whistled through the air. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand slightly, and caught the green arrow in his hand. The arrow that contained a powerful force was instantly frozen in front of him, motionless. "How can this be?" Both Yang Kai and Fu Shu said this at the same time, but one of them had a blank look on his face while the other was filled with shock. "Your aura?" Goatee's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai like a newborn calf, full of confusion. The moment Yang Kai closed his eyes, his aura suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It did not become very powerful, but this aura gave off an extremely ancient feeling, as if he had walked out from a distant time and space. His entire body exuded an indescribable ancient charm. The green arrow collapsed in Yang Kai's hand, and Yang Kai began to chant an incantation. At this moment, he was not the Emperor realm, but a wizard king from the southern barbarian tribe of the ancient world. His incantation was even more obscure and ancient than the first prince's. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely difficult to pronounce. The first prince was dumbfounded, and he actually forgot to continue attacking. He pointed at Yang Kai, as if he had seen something impossible. Goatee's body also shook violently, and he was completely dumbfounded. A small fire snake suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real creature, and it kept rolling in the air. "Holy technique!" Goatee cried out in surprise, almost biting his own tongue, but he quickly denied his own judgment. This was not a holy technique because the fire snake did not have the green light that was unique to holy techniques, but the entire casting process was almost identical to a holy technique. "So, this is a holy technique." Yang Kai's lips curled up. He could clearly feel that he had established a connection with something in the human sovereign city, and this connection was only established after he had transformed into the Wizard King. After using the wizard technique, this connection became much stronger. Chapter 2960. The small fire serpent rolled nimbly in the air, but it brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Fushu was already stunned. He stared blankly at the fire serpent, completely forgetting that he was still in the middle of a battle. The Goatee shouted, "First Prince, this is not a Saint Art. Don't be blinded by his tricks." "Is this really not a Saint Art?" Fushu turned his head and asked. The Goatee was so angry that his beard was in a mess. He reiterated again, "This old man guarantees with my life that this is definitely not a Saint Art. It just looks similar to a Saint Art. There is nothing to be afraid of." Fushu was shocked when he heard this. He shouted angrily, "I was wondering how someone as insignificant as you could perform a Saint Art. It turns out that you were just lying to me. You're dead meat." He wanted to draw his bow again, but Yang Kai had already flicked his finger. The fire serpent straightened up and shot towards him like an arrow. Fushu turned a deaf ear to the fire serpent's attack. He knew that the Saint Tree would provide him with strong protection. Any attack from Yang Kai could not do anything to him, just like the situation before. The fire serpent did not seem to be very powerful. It was just a very ordinary fire serpent technique. In ancient times, even a wizard could perform a wizard technique. With a boom, the fire serpent hit Fushu, but it produced an unexpected effect. The protective green light that appeared on the surface of Fushu's body was broken by the fire serpent. Although the fire serpent disappeared at the same time, the scattered sparks splashed all over Fushu's body. He was so hot that he screamed. The Goatee narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Fushu was the first prince. He was protected by the holy tree in Renhuang City, and only those with 8-leaf bodies and above were qualified to hurt him. However, this inexplicable outsider had actually done it. This was simply beyond his scope of understanding. He could not figure out why this was the case. And why did that secret technique look exactly the same as the Saint trees, other than the fact that it did not have the power of the holy tree attached to it? It was simply a saint art from another template. I also need the protection of the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at the first prince with a smile. Nonsense. Fushu extinguished the sparks on his body. He cursed angrily. You, whether it's nonsense or not, the first prince can see for himself. As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and another flame serpent appeared in front of him. Then another, a third, a fourth. You. Fushu was shocked beyond words. Why don't you chant the incantation? Why do I need to chant? Yang Kai continued to cast his wizard spell. It was still the simple fire snake spell. Of course, we have to chant the incantation to cast the sacred spell. Fushu found it hard to accept that his common sense had been broken. Yang Kai sneered. How can trash like you be compared to this young master? This young master's saint arts are at my fingertips. While they were talking, a dense flame serpent had appeared in front of him. It was as if a snake cave had been destroyed. As time passed, the newly appeared fire snakes also underwent some changes. A trace of green appeared on top of the flame serpents. Although it was not very eye-catching, there was no doubt that it was green. The green color became more and more intense. The last few fire snakes that appeared were almost all dark green in color. Yang Kai finally stopped. He looked at Fushu with a smile. See, I told you that I also have the protection of the holy tree. Hiss! Goatee gasped, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations. This outsider had actually obtained the protection of the holy tree and cast the sacred spell that was imbued with the power of the holy tree. It was impossible for the third prince to get him to join them. It could even be said that this person's arrival was enough to set off a storm in the human sovereign city. It might even change the current situation in the human sovereign city. He no longer had any thoughts of roping in Yang Kai. He was only thinking about how to retreat. On the other side, Fushu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The huge emotional change caused a series of chain reactions. First, the bloodlust technique had reached its limit and was cancelled. Then, the aftereffects of using the sacred spell broke out. Fushu screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with his hand, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. His chi and blood were weakened to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. He wailed loudly and asked for help, but who could help at this time? The enemy who was fighting with him before was the first to fall. Yang Kai curled his lips and was too lazy to add insult to injury. He did not care about Fushu at all. He only relied on the power of the holy tree to deal with him. Now that Yang Kai was also on the same starting line, Fushu was no longer a concern. He turned his head and looked at Goatee with a smile. The latter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He said bitterly, "Could it be you are a lost member of the royal family?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Your imagination is a little too rich. Then why can you use the power of the holy tree?" Goatee could not understand this. "Who told you that only the royal family can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai sneered. Goatee was startled. When he thought about it carefully, this deep-rooted idea was completely based on the common sense he had received since he was young. It seemed that no one had ever said that only the royal family could be protected by the holy tree and use the power of the holy tree. No one had ever doubted this statement. Goatee suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He faintly felt that a big secret was about to be revealed in front of him and reveal the truth. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Old man, you are a traitor. Why are you asking this? Do you have any ideas? Goatee was shocked and angry at the same time. Don't talk nonsense. While speaking, he looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by someone. Yong Kai sneered. Go back and tell your master not to bother me in the future. I have no intention of provoking anyone, and have no intention of being enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally wandered here. When we find a way out, we will leave. If anyone dares to trouble us. Humph, Goatee was relieved. He nodded and said, This old man will definitely pass on your words. As for what decision the third prince will make, it is not something this old man can interfere with. I also know that you don't have the ability to interfere. Go away. Yong Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goatee immediately ran away. How could he dare to stay here? Fushu was still wailing. His voice was very miserable. In the sky not far away, Zhu Qing was fighting a bloody battle with more than 30 cultivators. Although these 30 cultivators were strengthened by Fushu's bloodlust and life chains and could fight together, how could they be a match for a dragon race? The bloodthirst art only stimulated their blood vitality, making their flesh and blood stronger and fiercer. Even if it could increase their strength, it couldn't increase it by too much. As for the life chains, it could only allow their life force to coexist and increase their resistance to attacks. Their offensive ability was still maintained at their original level. Zhu Qing could easily deal with them. The situation was very one-sided, but because of the life chains, Zhu Qing still had a hard time dealing with them. Yong Kai raised his hand, and the fire snakes that had been floating in front of him flew over and hit the crowd. The life chains that connected their blood and chi power and life force were instantly punctured like balloons by countless fiery snakes. Their strength was completely drained. The life chains were dispelled, and the connection was broken. The 30 cultivators were suddenly caught in Zhu Qing's violent energy field and were instantly injured. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Normal life chains couldn't be dispelled so easily, but Fushu's wizard technique was supported by the power of the sacred tree. Yong Kai used the same source of energy to interfere, so the life chains broke on its own. Zhu Qing was too lazy to chase after the enemies suddenly became so weak. Bullying such weak people was a disgrace to the dragon race. She flew to Yong Kai's side and looked at Fushu, who was lying in a pool of blood. She said in disgust, How is this person still alive? Yong Kai was shocked. You still want to kill them? Women are really the most poisonous. Zhu Qing coldly snorted. This kind of trash. What's the point of letting him live? You're right. Yong Kai suddenly raised his head and looked somewhere in the crowd. Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long. Isn't it time to come out? You heard it. If you don't come out, my mistress will kill the crown prince. Don't cry when that happens. As Yong Kai's voice fell, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the crown prince. This person was very tall, but he was very thin, as if he was malnourished. He stood there like a bamboo pole and was very conspicuous. Fushu, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw this person. He pointed at him and said, You are. The thin bamboo pole didn't say a word. He bent down and stuffed a spirit pill into Fushu's mouth, then knocked him out with a palm. He reached out and lifted Fushu up, then turned around and looked coldly at Yong Kai. Oh, a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yong Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had long known that the human sovereign city had a strong foundation, Yong Kai was still a little surprised to see a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master so quickly. The thin bamboo pole's aura was extremely strong, not any weaker than Azure Sun Temple Master Wen Zishan or Star Soul Palace's Xiao Yuyang. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master Wen Elder Xiao and the others. If they really fought, Yong Kai might not be able to defeat him. Of course, in the human sovereign city, with the protection of the holy tree, It shouldn't be a problem to crush him. He was now the target of the holy tree's protection. He had been constantly using the fire snake technique to establish a connection with the holy tree. The holy tree wasn't protecting the imperial family, it was only protecting the wizard. When he saw the crown prince use the wizard technique before, Yang Kai had some guesses. In order to confirm his guess, he used the power of the wizard. Chapter 2961. The facts proved that his guess was correct. When he used the first fire serpent technique, there was indeed a trace of resonance between him and the sacred tree, forming a subtle connection. After repeatedly using it, this connection became even more firm. That's why he was able to get the protection of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that the Fushu and the Goti knew. The so-called holy technique was just a wizard technique that was supported by another power. People in the human sovereign city thought that the holy tree was protecting the royal family. So, the royal family was inviolable here. They had a lot of privileges and no one could resist them. But in fact, it was probably because in the human sovereign city, only the royal family was a wizard, so they could establish a resonance and connection with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree. Except for the royal family, other people couldn't practice wizard techniques, or they were prevented from practicing wizard techniques. This should be a means of control by the human sovereign city. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what the holy tree was, and why it could protect the wizard and be used by the wizard. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yang Kai couldn't find the answer for the time being, unless he saw the so-called holy tree with his own eyes. But this was easier said than done, since the holy tree was so special and important. It must be protected by the human sovereign city. It would be harder for him to see it than to go to the sky. He put his thoughts on the thin bamboo in front of him, smiled, and said, "Let me guess, the first prince and the third prince have appeared. Are you the second prince's people?" No, you shouldn't be the second prince's people, although I don't know if there is such a person. The thin bamboo looked silent and said lightly, "Why do you say that?" His voice was as thin as his body. It sounded dry. It was like he hadn't drunk a sip of water for decades. Yang Kai snorted. Since ancient times, the royal family has no kinship. There must be a fierce struggle between the princes. If you are really the second prince's people, I'm afraid you can't wait for the first prince to die and be reincarnated. Why would you be so kind to save him? The spirit pill you gave him just now was pretty good. So that's the case. It seems that you have some observation skills. Thin Bamboo slightly nodded. You are right. I am not the second prince's people. Then who do you work for? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. The Thin Bamboo said, by the order of the human sovereign. Please enter the palace. Human sovereignty. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhu Qing. Madam, do you think we should go? Zhu Qing said, It's up to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly and chuckled. Let me ask you something first. If I hit the first prince, the human sovereign won't do anything to me, right? The Thin Bamboo pole said, Human sovereign's mind as a subordinate. I will not try to figure it out. I only follow orders, please. While speaking, he turned sideways and assumed an inviting posture. Yang Kai said to Zhu Qing, It seems that we have to go. I also have some questions to ask him. Let's go then. Zhu Qing nodded. Lead the way. Yang Kai gestured at Thin Bamboo with his mouth. Thin Bamboo did not say a word. His figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed him. The black puppy ran out of nowhere and barked for a while. It jumped into Zhu Qing's arms. During the fight just now, this little guy was nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight was over, it immediately showed up. Human Sovereign City was huge, and Thin Bamboo was clearly a noble as well. Yang Kai had noticed the 5 leaves symbol on his clothes. The 5 leaves symbol was far inferior to the first prince and the third prince, but it was still a symbol of power. According to Goethe, only a six-leaf cultivator was qualified to mobilize the power of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that could crush everything. There was only a fine line between the 5 leaves and the 6 leaves. Yang Kai estimated that in human sovereign city, all the true relatives of the royal family should have at least a 6-leaf cultivator, like thin bamboo. Their cultivation base was profound, but they did not have the royal bloodline. 5-leaf was the peak, and there was no room for improvement. He was a 3-layer sovereign. In the outside world, he would definitely be the sect master of a top sect or a tyrant. However, in human sovereign city, he was a servant. In human sovereign city, the commoners and nobles were distinguished by whether they had leaves or whether they had leaves. The true nobles and the powerhouses under their command were distinguished by the number of leaves. This was a method of control. Yang Kai did not agree, nor did he want to criticize it. He only felt that the human sovereign was really petty. His first impression of thin bamboo was much worse. The reason why the human sovereign summoned him was probably because he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize its power. His appearance and actions had shaken the foundation of human sovereign city's rule. He was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing ripples on the surface and attracting the attention of the overlord of the lake. Yang Kai estimated that if he refused the summons of the human sovereign city, he would immediately be ostracized and hunted down by the entire human sovereign city. Therefore, no matter what, he could not refuse the summons. Since he could not refuse, he could only go with the flow. However, this trip would not be too peaceful. He had to be more vigilant. In human sovereign city, only the nobles could fly in the air. No matter how high the cultivation base of a leafless cultivator was, he had to walk obediently on the ground. Thin bamboo had a 5-leaf body and seemed to be an expert by the human sovereign's side. Naturally, he was qualified to fly. He flew all the way, and the people in front of him retreated. The nobles were inferior to thin bamboo. Yang Kai soon noticed that a 6-leaf body was rare. At the very least, he had not seen one along the way. Most of the nobles were below the 3-leaf stage. There were very few people above the 3-leaf stage. In comparison, thin bamboo's 5-leaf body was superior. The only difference between him, the first prince, and the third prince was that he could not mobilize the power of the holy tree. Because he was not born in the royal family, he could not cultivate the wizard's spell, and he could not be protected by the holy tree. The palace was located in the center of the human sovereign city. There were many palaces and occupied a large area. It was the direction where Yang Kai had felt the resonance earlier. It was also the direction where the holy tree provided the power. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the holy tree, but all he could see was a hazy mist, as if it was shrouded in some kind of powerful spirit array, making it impossible for him to see inside. What had blocked his divine sense from probing before should be this spirit array. Not long after, thin bamboo flew down and landed in front of a palace. The palace was very magnificent and seemed to be very old. Standing outside the palace, a desolate and ancient aura rushed to his face as if it was telling the passage of the flowing time, great emperor. Yang Kai's face turned serious. Thin bamboo handed the first prince, who had been in his hand, to the guard standing outside the palace. He turned his head and said, "Both of you can go in. The master of the human sovereign city is inside." Smiling, Kai Yang asked, "Could it be a trap? Are there hundreds of executioners waiting for us to enter so that they can chop us up?" Thin bamboo said with an expressionless face, "Is this a joke? It doesn't sound funny." Yang Kai shrugged. "That's because you don't have a sense of humor." Thin bamboo said, "The master of the human sovereign city is supreme. If he really wants to deal with you, he doesn't need any trap. We are all in the emperor realm. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai curled his lips and stepped into the palace. Thin Bamboo pointed to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Leave the beast." Woof! The black puppy barked at Thin Bamboo. It was obviously annoyed. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, "Bow Wow won't stay. The human sovereign palace is not a place that anyone can enter, let alone a beast. Please don't make it difficult for me." Thin Bamboo stepped in front of the two people. Yang Kai sneered. "You said that the human sovereign city summoned us, and now you are stopping us here. Are you going to let us in or not?" The Thin Bamboo pole opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but suddenly he tilted his ear to listen. Apparently someone was transmitting a message to him. A moment later, he flashed and opened up a path for him. "This is the way to treat guests." Yang Kai smiled and walked side by side with Zhu Qing. From the outside, the human emperor palace was dimly lit as if nothing could be seen. But once inside, it was brightly lit. More than a dozen huge pillars stood around, as if they were connecting heaven and earth. Luminous pearls decorated the place, and a soft light enveloped the entire palace. Pairs of eyes suddenly swept from all around. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in the human sovereign palace. He glanced around and soon found a familiar figure in the crowd. He smiled and said, "Third Prince, hello. We meet again so soon. Thank you for taking care of me before." The third prince snorted coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. The people in the palace were all 6-leaf cultivators or above. In other words, they were all relatives of the emperor. They were all powerful great wizards, old and young, male and female. There weren't many 9-leaf cultivators. Only 2 of them. Other than the third prince, there was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The 2 of them stood at the top of the palace, just below the dragon throne. The rest of the people were lined up beside them. What surprised Yang Kai was that this beautiful woman was actually a second-order emperor realm master. There were more than 20 wizards, and their cultivations varied. There was not a single 3-layer emperor realm master in the palace. There was a huge dragon throne in the middle of the room. It was big enough for a person to lie on it without feeling small. On the dragon throne, a slightly fat elderly man was sitting upright. He didn't look very tall. Sitting on the dragon throne, he looked a little round, which made him look a little funny. However, the aura emanating from his body surprised Yang Kai. Before coming here, he had been secretly guessing the cultivation of the human sovereign. The special situation in the city made him understand that as long as he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree, his own cultivation was secondary. Therefore, he vaguely guessed that the cultivation of the human sovereign shouldn't be too high. It shouldn't be at the level of the great emperors. It was because of this that he dared to come to the human sovereign palace and meet the human sovereign. If the other party was really one of the great emperors, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, after seeing the human sovereign, Yang Kai realized that he was too naive. The human sovereign wasn't any great emperors. He wasn't even a 3-layer emperor realm master. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a second-order emperor realm master, and it was extremely superficial. Chapter 2962. The ruler of the human sovereign city, the supreme person, was only a second-order emperor realm master. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect this either, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. She was an existence comparable to a 3rd-order emperor realm master, so she could see through the human sovereign at a glance. A 2nd-order cultivation was laughable in her eyes. Moreover, the human sovereign was obviously old. Although she didn't know how old he was, his vitality had already begun to decline. In other words, the 2nd-order emperor realm was his peak, and there was no room for improvement. Moreover, His cultivation would gradually decline with the passage of time. The faintness of his aura was the best proof of this. How dare you, in the name of the human sovereign? Why don't you kneel? A delicate shout rang out. It was the beautiful woman standing at the top of the right-hand side who took the lead. In the entire hall, only she and the third prince were 9-leaf cultivators, but her cultivation was 1 realm higher than the third prince's. She had the strength of a second-order emperor realm master. It could be said that she was the most powerful among all the members of the imperial family. Although the human sovereign's cultivation was the same as hers, his strength had begun to decline. However, she was different. She was the flowing time great emperor at the peak of her life, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. If she had the opportunity, it was not impossible for her to reach the third-order emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted coldly. The rules of your human sovereignty are really strange. You have to kneel to anyone you see, but why don't I see you kneeling to me? The beautiful woman took a step forward, her face cold. A powerful aura pressed down on Yang Kai. This queen is the second princess of the human sovereign city. Do you think you can afford to kneel to me? Yang Kai remained unmoved and said proudly, bullshit princes and princesses are like floating clouds to me. In my eyes, whoever has the bigger fist can stand up straight and talk. Even the first prince was beaten like a dead dog by me, let alone you, the second princess. The second princess narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and flashed with a dangerous light. So, you think your fist is big? Yang Kai looked at her seriously and sneered. At least your chest is bigger than mine. The group of princes and princesses chuckled. They thought this outsider had a sharp tongue. The second princess was proud of her high cultivation and did not take any of the royal family seriously. She did not even look at the princes who were ranked at the top. It was a pity that she was born a woman, which was a shortcoming. If she were a man, she would have been the next successor to the human sovereignty. However, as a woman, she did not have enough capital to be proud. Her butt was not round. Her chest wasn't big. And other than her face, there wasn't anything else worth praising. Yang Kai's words hit the second princess where it hurt. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kneel down." As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A mass of green light shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. The shape of a palm appeared above his head and pressed down fiercely, as if trying to force Yang Kai to kneel on the ground with brute force. "I think you're the one who should kneel." Yang Kai snorted coldly and reached out to pull Zhu Qing behind him. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand, and a ball of dark green light bloomed. This light was not as big as the second princess, but it was undoubtedly much brighter and more condensed. All the royal family members in the palace changed their expressions. The light shot up and melted into Bailu's palm. Under everyone's gaze, the palm suddenly changed direction and pressed towards the second princess. At first glance, it looked as if the second princess had cast the saint's spell to deal with herself. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He quietly looked up and saw that the human sovereignty's expression did not change. She sat there with half-closed eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. A mountain-like pressure fell from the sky, and the second princess's face suddenly became very ugly. A creaking sound came from her body, and her body slowly shrank. She resisted with all her might, constantly urging her power to resonate with the saint tree. However, there seemed to be another invisible force interfering with her, so she could not establish a connection with the saint tree. She could only rely on her own strength to hold on. She finally experienced the feeling of being oppressed by a saint spell. The man opposite her was obviously not as strong as her, but he could use a saint spell to play with her in the palm of his hand. An unprecedented sense of shame welled up in her heart, and her face turned red. She could only grit her teeth and shout, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help!" Many of the royal family members, in shock, suddenly came to their senses. Just as they were about to intervene, Zhu Qing suddenly said lightly, "Let's see who dares to move." At this point, a huge red dragon suddenly spread out from her body. The red dragon was more than 30 feet long, and it hovered in the palace. Its huge body almost filled half of the human sovereignty palace, and a thick dragon aura overflowed in all directions, making people feel cold and breathless. Above the dragon's head high, two huge dragon eyes reflected everything, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Everyone was stunned and looked at the huge dragon's shadow in a daze, and there was a series of gulping sounds. The human sovereignty, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally opened her half-closed eyes. Her seemingly turbid eyes bloomed with amazing light, and she looked up to meet the dragon's eyes. In an instant, there was a surge of spiritual power in the palace. The red dragon raised its head and roared, creating a deafening sound, and the strong wind it set off blew a few of the weaker members of the royal family away. The full activation of the dragon race's origin force allowed Zhu Qing's strength to directly surpass the third-layer emperor realm. Even if these royal family members were protected by the holy tree, they could not do anything. The second princess, who was struggling to hold on, was even more embarrassed. Yang Kai had already cut off her connection with the holy tree, and now that she was hit by the dragon's aura, her body was lowered, and one of her knees touched the ground. Her face instantly turned snow-white, and a huge sense of shame filled her heart, making her experience a feeling worse than death. The human sovereignty city had stood tall for more than 100,000 years, and the royal family had long developed a superior character. It had always been the commoners who knelt to the royal family, and this was the first time in history that a royal family member had knelt to a commoner. Yang Kai did not continue to pressure her, and turned to look at the human sovereignty, saying, "Master, what do you say? If you continue to watch, I'm afraid your daughter will really kneel to me. Although it's not that I don't deserve her kneeling, bullying a woman is not something to be proud of. What's the saying again? A good man doesn't fight with women." The human sovereignty slowly stood up, and a voice that was not too loud rang out in the human sovereignty palace. "This emperor has not taught his daughter well. Guest, please stop." When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had never spoken so politely to anyone in the human sovereignty city. Usually, even to their children, it was extremely dignified. When had it ever been so gentle? A strange look flashed in the third prince's eyes, as if he had guessed something. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in his eyes had completely changed. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a day, the guy he had looked down on in the space array had become so powerful. Yang Kai looked at the human sovereignty with a smile. He did not stop, nor did he say anything. He just stood there, frozen. The red dragon that filled half of the palace slightly raised its head, and the dragon's power grew stronger. A trace of annoyance flashed through the emperor's eyes, but he didn't flare up. Instead, he turned to look at the second princess and said, "Fu Yu, your words and actions are improper. You've offended this emperor's guest. Quickly apologize." "Father," the second princess called Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the human sovereignty incredulously. When she met the human sovereignty's dignified and angry eyes, her eyes trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Yu was blind. I offended you. Master, please don't blame me." Her tone was extremely stiff, especially when she said the word master. Obviously, she had never done such a thing and had never addressed anyone as such. Yang Kai laughed. "Since the human sovereignty has spoken, of course I have to give you face. Qing, accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to withdraw his sorcery. The dark green palm that had been pressing down on Fu Yu's head suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The red dragon that filled half of the hall also collapsed like a bubble. The draconic aura dissipated, and the many members of the royal family heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Yu slowly got up and lowered her head. No one could see her expression and eyes, but her trembling body showed that she was extremely restless. "Give her a seat." The human sovereignty raised his hand. Immediately, someone brought 2 extremely luxurious chairs from the inner hall and placed them not far from the dragon throne. Yong Kai smiled slightly. "There's no need to sit. I think the master of the human sovereignty has a lot of things to ask me, and I also have something to ask the master." The human sovereignty did not force him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do have something to ask you." Yong Kai put on a listening posture. The human sovereignty said, "Where are you from?" "The astral world. I wonder if the master has heard of it." The human sovereignty nodded. "Of course I have. The city of human sovereignty has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There have been outsiders coming in one after another. I don't know when it started, but the people who came and claimed to be from the astral world. It seems like you are too." "Ooh." Yong Kai smiled. "You call this place the reincarnation world, and there is a spatial intersection with the astral world. Naturally, those who can come in are from the astral world." The human sovereignty said again, "How did you enter the city of human sovereignty?" "As far as I know, no one should have opened the spatial array for you, because that person was killed by you." Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. "The master is very well informed. You found out in just half a day. Since someone died, of course we have to investigate carefully." Yong Kai suddenly shook his head. "I think this is very unfair. Only the master asks questions, and I am responsible for answering. It's not worth it. Why don't we take turns asking each of us one question? If we can answer, we answer. If we can't, we ask another question. How does that sound?" Many members of the royal family were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone haggle with the human emperor. Furthermore, they had said it so confidently. However, the human emperor did not show any signs of anger. He only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As you wish." The third prince's eyes were even more surprised. Chapter 2963. "So, it's my turn now?" Yong Kai's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. "Where are the couple that came with me to the city of human sovereign? Are they dead or alive?" The human sovereign smiled. "That's 2 questions." Yong Kai shrugged. "The first one doesn't count. They're still alive. How did you enter the city of human sovereign through the space array without the seal of human sovereign?" Yong Kai raised his hand and slapped the void in front of him. The void suddenly collapsed, as if someone had moved a piece of a puzzle. Although it quickly recovered, it could still be considered a miraculous feat. The human sovereign looked enlightened. "So that's how it is," Yong Kai said. "How does the master of human sovereign want to deal with that couple?" "Kill them." Yong Kai was stunned. "What's the meaning of this?" "Steward Liao died at my hands, and that couple just happened to be there at the right time. They didn't even help, so why should I kill them?" "Master, you don't take human lives seriously, do you?" The human sovereign looked at him with a smile. Yong Kai coughed lightly. "You ask first. You ask first." The human sovereign's gaze suddenly turned to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms. "This beast is a demon?" "Yes." Yong Kai nodded. "Although its bloodline isn't pure, it is without a doubt a demon." As soon as he said this, the faces of the royal family in the hall changed greatly. They all looked at the black puppy in horror, and then looked at Yong Kai and Zhu Qing with vigilance. Yong Kai said, "Can you answer my question now?" The human sovereign said, "Knowing the truth and not reporting it is the reason for their deaths." Yong Kai sneered. "Master, you're so impressive. Looks like you care a lot about those 2. As far as I know, you didn't even ask for their names, right?" not to mention any friendship. I don't know their names, but I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. It's always unsettling. You're kind. The human sovereign nodded slightly. His eyes, like lightning, suddenly looked at Yang Kai. You're from the demon race? Yang Kai sneered. If I was from the demon race, I would have already overturned this human sovereign palace. Why would I be standing here talking nonsense with you? I don't think so either. However, there's always a possibility. We have to ask clearly. You, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and I have no intentions of your human sovereign city. What do I have to do to those two people? Calm. The mortal emperor spoke indifferently. All of you can leave mortal emperor's city, and are forever forbidden from taking a single step into the city. Then, I'll release them. Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as I can find a way back, I'll leave immediately. Who wants to stay in your human sovereign city? If you want us to leave, that's fine. Master, please show us the way. The human sovereign shook his head. It's easy to enter the reincarnation world, but difficult to leave. This world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to leave. If we can enter, we can leave. As long as we find a suitable way, Master. If you really want us to leave early, don't keep it to yourself. The human sovereign shook his head slowly. I really don't know. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that the human sovereign didn't seem to be lying. It was meaningless to continue asking, so he could only sigh. I can understand Master's feelings of wanting us to leave. But if there's no way out, where should we go after we leave? Although the reincarnation world isn't big, it's not small either. With your strength, even if you encounter the demon race, you may be able to fight back. Other than the human sovereign city, you can go anywhere you want. Yang Kai curled his lips. Master, you're being too irresponsible. If that's the case, then we'll have to stay in the human sovereign city for a while longer. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then I'll have to fight you with all my strength. I hope the two of you are mentally prepared to go to hell together. As he finished speaking, a circle of dazzling green light suddenly erupted from his body. He seemed to have become hundreds of years younger, and an aggressive sense of oppression came crashing down. Yang Kai frowned. He instinctively felt that this old man was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he seemed to have established an unbreakable connection with the sacred tree. He was able to mobilize an unimaginable amount of power, giving people a feeling that he was invincible. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. The princes and princesses around them all felt the same way. They all stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing covetously. The dragon Yuan in Zhu Qing's body churned under the influence of their auras. Her face turned cold. Yang Kai patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He smiled. Master, don't be so nervous. It's not impossible for us to leave the human sovereign city as long as Master agrees to two of my conditions. Ooh. The human sovereign raised his forehead. Speak. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, Let go of those two unrelated people. They have no intention of disobeying you. The human sovereign said, It doesn't matter whether they die or not. What matters is your decision. Yang Kai smiled. Then I'll take that as a yes. The second condition, I want to see the sacred tree. How dare you? The third prince and the second princess shouted in unison, as if they had been insulted. Kai Yang glanced at them coldly. Is this request so difficult to fulfill? How is this impudent? The second princess said, The sacred tree is the foundation of the human sovereign city. Only the royal family can approach it. Who are you to make such an unreasonable request? She turned to the human sovereign and said, Father, I beg you to kill this person with evil intentions. She had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and lost all her face. She had been looking for an opportunity to get back at him. Now that the opportunity had come, She naturally couldn't wait to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai. Although this couple looked very strong, but in the human sovereign city, the royal family was the strongest. As long as the human sovereign made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The human sovereign didn't seem to hear Fu Yu's words. He just looked at Yang Kai with a deep gaze. "What do you want?" Yang Kai shrugged, just pure curiosity. "I just want to know what the sacred tree is. Why can it provide such a powerful force?" The human sovereign said, "What if I don't agree?" Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly stopped and said coldly, "Then we'll shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. Let's see if the royal family is stronger, or us husband and wife. No matter what, I'm going to see the sacred tree." Shameless boasting. Fu Yu was furious. "Father, I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll definitely let this brat know the power of the royal family." Yang Kai glanced at her. "You're making a fool of yourself. Do you want me to teach you a lesson again and teach you how to behave?" Fu Yu was fuming, her chest heaving up and down violently. She couldn't wait to fight with Yang Kai right now to save her face. Even if she couldn't beat him, it was better than being bullied by him. But without the human sovereign's order, she didn't dare to act rashly. "Do you have to see it?" The human sovereign suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled. "Master, please fulfill this small wish of mine." The human sovereign closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Answer one more question." Yang Kai nodded. "Go ahead." The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. "How can you use the sacred art? How can you mobilize the power of the sacred tree?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Master, you should have already guessed it. Why bother asking?" "Although I have guessed it, I can't believe it. As far as I know, the ancient wizard's path of sorcery should have long been extinct in the astral plane. How can you use it?" "I learned a trick or two by chance. Don't show off in front of an expert, master." The human sovereign shook his head slowly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. But other than this explanation, he couldn't think of a better one. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, the sacred tree didn't protect the royal family. It only protected the wizard. In the entire human sovereign city, only the royal family could use the power of the sacred tree to cultivate the wizard's path and become a great wizard. That was why the royal family was so special in the human sovereign city. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one from the astral plane had entered the human sovereign city. There were detailed records of every outsider who entered the human sovereign city, and those records were almost the history of the entire astral plane's development. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth had gradually replaced the wizard's path of sorcery with martial arts. The ancient wizard's path of sorcery had indeed long been extinct, but with Yang Kai as a living example, the human sovereign couldn't take it seriously. "I can fulfill your request. I hope you can keep your promise." The human sovereign finally agreed. He wasn't very willing to fight with Yang Kai. They could both use the sacred art and mobilize the power of the sacred tree. If they really fought, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. Not to mention that the woman wasn't an ordinary person. She seemed to be the legendary dragon race. The sacred art was enough to suppress the average third-layer emperor realm, but it was still somewhat lacking when facing the real dragon race. The second princess seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She knew that the human sovereign had already made a decision, and it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Master, please rest assured. I have always been a man of my word. Of course, I also hope that the master won't make things difficult for the couple anymore, and will release them as soon as possible." The human sovereign nodded slightly and said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked out. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stepped forward to follow, and the other princes and princesses followed closely behind. The second princess looked at Yang Kai's back with resentment in her eyes, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces, but there was nothing she could do. The third prince walked to her side and quietly transmitted his voice. Father has made a decision. Why are you in such a hurry? Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She stared at the third prince in surprise and replied, Third brother, you mean? The third prince walked past her and said, I didn't say anything. The second princess's eyes lit up. She was excited and vaguely looking forward to it. The sacred tree was located in the deepest part of the palace and was guarded by powerhouses. However, there were more than a dozen guards on the surface, and all of them were from the Emperor realm, not to mention the powerful auras hidden in the dark. The human sovereign led the crowd forward, and the guards came forward to salute him. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, they were puzzled, not knowing who these two people were. Chapter 2964. These guards guarded this place all year round and were not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of the holy tree. Over the years, they had not seen anyone other than the royal family come here. But today they saw two of them, and the human sovereign had brought them here personally. Naturally, they could not help but be concerned. There was a thick fog in front of them that seemed to be able to block the probing of divine telekinesis. It blocked their vision and prevented them from seeing what was going on inside. The human sovereign stopped and pointed to the front. The holy tree is over there. If you want to see it, you can go in and take a look. Yang Kai stared at the rolling fog and smiled. He turned to Zhu Qing and said, Wait for me. I'll be out soon. Be careful, Zhu Qing warned. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she and Yang Kai were not pushovers, it was easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. There was no harm in being cautious. Don't worry. Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped inside, but after taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Although she knew that this was the effect of the array, she could not help but be a little wary. Are you a holy spirit of the dragon race? The human sovereign suddenly asked. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the fog in front of her, as if she did not hear him. The human sovereign did not mind. He just smiled and said, There are no holy spirits in the reincarnation world, but there are many records in the ancient books. It is said that the dragon race is the leader of all creatures and is extremely arrogant. Why would you mix with a mortal? You've disgraced the dragon race for no reason. Also, I see that your relationship with that person seems to be a little unusual. If someone like you were outside, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me. Zhu Qing suddenly turned her head and looked at the human sovereign seriously. The human sovereign's eyes darkened. Many of the royal princes and princesses were also angry. No one had ever dared to speak to the human sovereign in such a manner. It was as if they had no respect for the human sovereign. That's why you'd better watch your words. Since you know about the dragon race, you should know about the dragon race's temperament, Zhu Qing said. She turned around and stared into the fog again. The human sovereign was silent for a while before he chuckled. The dragon race's pride is well-deserved. He suddenly crooked his hand slightly, and a green light shot out from the fog in front of him. It turned into a rope and tied Zhu Qing up. Although the dragon race is strong, it's still not enough in front of me. Zhu Qing's expression became extremely cold. She lowered her head and looked at the bondage on her body. She looked up and said, I hope you know what you are doing. The human sovereign laughed coldly and said, Of course I know what I am doing. The human sovereign city has been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It is us, the royal family, who have protected the human race and allowed them to have a place in this world. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Your friend is the biggest accident. If she is an accident, She must be eliminated. So you led us here so that it would be easier for you to kill her? The human sovereign sighed and said, My methods are indeed despicable, but I have to think about the human race. I hope you can understand. Here, the royal family can use all of their power, but you don't have to worry. With someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld, you won't be too lonely. Zhu Qing did not speak. She just roared. She turned around and suddenly became a 300-foot-long red dragon. The power of the dragon filled the air and shook everything. The green ropes binding her did not break. The ropes seemed to be extremely tough and could change size at will. Even if Zhu Qing showed her Holy Spirit true form immediately, she was still bound tightly. The green light on her red body was particularly eye-catching. The expressions of the many princes and princesses changed. They all used their saint techniques to attack the red dragon. Sparks flew when they hit the tough scales. The guards, both in the open and in the dark, were also deployed. There were about 16 strong cultivators from the Emperor realm in total. The two in the lead were third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Their attacks were powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas. Even though Zhu Qing's divine technique was excellent, she was instantly surrounded and beaten up. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Among the princes and princesses, the second princess was the most ruthless. She seemed to want to pay back the humiliation she had suffered at Yangkai. The black puppy fearlessly rushed out from the side and took advantage of Fu Yu's unpreparedness to bite her thigh. It bared its teeth and shook its head, looking as if it was going to bite off a piece of flesh from her thigh. Get lost! Fu Yu was furious. She slammed her palm down. With her powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation and the power of the holy tree, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. However, the black puppy was extremely agile. It dodged the attack in a flash and bit off the clothes on Fu Yu's leg, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Fu Yu was so angry that her nose became crooked. She no longer cared about Zhu Qing and wanted to kill the black puppy. The human sovereign stood there, with cold sweat on his face. After the first attack, he did not make another move. In his opinion, although the dragon race was strong, the combined power of the imperial family and the guards here was enough to kill the red dragon. What he needed to deal with now was the guy who could use saint techniques. Turning his head, the human sovereign's gaze became piercingly cold. He had never considered letting Yang Kai observe the holy tree. He had only lured him here to make it easier to deal with him. The closer he was to the holy tree, the more power he could exert. In the fog, it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was able to follow this omnipresent feeling and move forward. He could feel the location of the holy tree. This feeling was very familiar to him, as if he had experienced something similar before. The closer he got, the more obvious this feeling became. Finally, after passing through layers of obstacles, Yang Kai arrived in front of a towering tree. The thick fog seemed to suddenly disperse, revealing everything around him. This was an extremely majestic and huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves were dense and spread out like a crown. Looking up, the branches and leaves covered the entire sky. The huge crown of the tree was like an infinitely wide chest, able to provide strong and powerful protection, blocking out all wind and rain. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He stared at the towering ancient tree in a daze. His thoughts were whirling. The sound of battle rang in his ears, and the scene of flesh and blood splattered in front of him. His lips trembled slightly. He reached forward and touched the trunk of the tree. A familiar feeling enveloped him. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. How could it be you, Senior Qing? For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient world, the scene of the first time he came to Snow Frost City, and saw Qing was still vivid in his mind. Back then, in Snow Frost City, the royal city of the Snow Frost tribe, the evergreen divine tree stood tall on the ground, protecting the entire city from natural and man-made disasters. On the final battlefield of the Great War between the human race and the demon race, it supported the last hope of the human race with its own strength. This familiar aura and the countless tree holes on the trunk were exactly the same as the evergreen divine tree. It could be said that they were exactly the same. This was definitely the evergreen divine tree. Yang Kai believed that he was not mistaken. There might be other trees in this world that could be so magnificent, but this familiar aura would not change. Back then, he had lived in the tree hole for a long time. Yang Kai did not expect that the so-called holy tree in the human sovereign city was actually Qing. Wasn't Qing supposed to be dead? In order to seal the passage between the two worlds, Qing sacrificed himself and erupted all the essence he had accumulated throughout his life. He thrived on the ground and went straight to the demon race's territory, sacrificing himself to block the entrance to the star boundary from the demon race's territory. In that battle, millions of soldiers fought to the death in the wilderness. In that battle, countless masters died, and their corpses piled up into mountains. That battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Butterfly had said that everything he experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world had traces of reality. Therefore, the 2 years Yang Kai spent in the dream realm was an illusion based on a certain period in ancient times. In other words, there was indeed an earth-shattering battle in ancient times, but in the real world, there was no Yang Kai in that battle. Instead, there were countless existences similar to Yang Kai, which allowed the barbarian race to win the final victory. There was no doubt that Qing existed. He was the biggest contributor to the barbarian race's victory and the key to turning the tide of the battle. This fact would not change whether it was in the illusion or reality. There was an astonishing intersection between the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago and today's trajectory, which made Yang Kai a little confused. But soon he found that something was wrong, because there was only a hazy, chaotic will in the holy tree, like a newborn baby, without its own thoughts. When he came into contact with the holy tree, this will obviously also notice the existence of Yang Kai and open its heart to accept his existence without any defense. In an instant, Yang Kai and the holy tree in front of him produced an indescribable resonance, as if they were connected to each other. Yang Kai was slightly surprised because he felt a vast amount of energy from the holy tree. This kind of energy was so huge that it was comparable to any of the great emperors, or even more so. The royal family of the human sovereign city was able to perform saint techniques by mobilizing this energy, forming a killing move that was far beyond their actual level. And at this moment, if he wanted to, he could also release this surging energy. The holy tree did not resist him at all, and instead accepted his existence with great kindness. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, and noticed that there was an additional disharmonious factor in the holy tree. This factor made him feel like a pustule growing on his body, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Get out!" Yang Kai shouted, and suddenly reached into the holy tree with one hand and grabbed something. With another tug, a human figure was dragged out from the inside of the holy tree. This person was none other than the Ren Huang whom Yang Kai had just separated from not long ago. His face was filled with shock, as if he had never expected such an encounter. His entire mind was in a daze. Only when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes did he suddenly come to his senses. Forming a seal with his hand, he chanted an incantation and pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Chapter 2965. A sharp green light took shape like an awl and went straight for Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at him coldly. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and turned into a strong and powerful shield. The green light hit the shield and collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Human Sovereign was shocked. Yong Kai could perform holy spells and mobilize the power of the holy tree. After all, he was also a wizard, and a wizard could perform holy spells. But why would the holy tree automatically protect him without some kind of ritual baptism? The reason why the princes and princesses could be protected and saved in times of crisis was because of an extremely complicated baptism ritual. At this moment, the holy tree gave people a strange feeling. On the one hand, it did not refuse Human Sovereign's command, but on the other hand, it was hindering him from killing the enemy. It was like a disobedient child, doing whatever it wanted. "You really want to kill me?" Yong Kai sneered. He had obviously expected this. Human Sovereign did not speak, but his expression became serious. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand and blasted a thunder of fury at Yong Kai. The thunder of fury was terrifying. It was like a dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yong Kai and bloomed a dazzling light, completely enveloping Yong Kai. Human Sovereign's expression changed again. When the light faded, he saw Yong Kai standing in place unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Why? Human Sovereign roared, but not at Yong Kai, but at the holy tree. It was like a majestic father scolding a playful child. The holy tree had ruined his plans twice, and it was a little unbearable. Yong Kai said coldly, "Do you want to know why?" Human Sovereign growled, "What did you do?" Yong Kai snorted, "Don't you know whether I did or not? Why deceive yourself?" The Human Sovereign gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Human Sovereign. How dare you disobey me?" No one knew if he was talking to Yong Kai or the sacred tree. He shouted and chanted another incantation. When he chanted the incantation, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, as if there were some strange changes. Then, large amounts of green energy flowed out of the holy tree and surged into the Human Sovereign's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. His not-so-tall body suddenly became imposing. "Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. How dare you?" Yong Kai was furious when he saw this. He began to chant the same incantation, but the incantation sounded more ancient and obscure than the Human Sovereignty incantation. It was more mysterious and difficult to understand. Although he did not know what kind of wizard the Human Sovereign was using, he could feel something invisible from the holy tree. The Human Sovereign's actions were damaging the foundation of the holy tree, which was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It seemed that he could not care less about anything else in order to deal with Yong Kai. The foundation of the holy tree was shaken, and the Human Sovereign city would be in trouble. The green energy flowing towards the Human Sovereign seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance and began to slow down. The Human Sovereign saw this and became even angrier. His incantation became louder and louder, and he wanted to steal the power of the holy tree from Yong Kai. Yong Kai looked at him coldly, but his tone did not change at all, and he stayed true to his heart. The two of them stood facing each other like this. There was no flash of swords, nor was there a storm of blood. Instead, it was a very special way of fighting. The winner would take everything, and the loser would be trampled underfoot. The key to all of this was the resonance between one and the holy tree. The deeper one resonated with the holy tree, the stronger the power one could control. Yong Kai and the Human Sovereign both knew this, so they did not attack each other, and only did their own thing. The holy tree did not have a clear mind. It was only a remnant of consciousness, and it guarded the will of the wizard. No matter which wizard thirsted for power from it, it would cooperate. The green light on the Human Sovereign's body was sometimes bright and sometimes weak. When it was bright, It meant that he had a slight advantage in the fight, and when it was weak, it was the opposite. He suddenly realized that Yong Kai was an extremely difficult opponent, and it was not as easy to deal with as he thought it would be. This guy's resonance with the holy tree was not inferior to his, the human sovereign who had lived by the holy tree's side since he was young. If it was not for this, he would have finished him off long ago, and they would not be fighting to a draw now. The holy tree seemed to have a special affection for this outsider, and it sided with him in every way, going tit for tat with him. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Yong Kai come in here to observe the holy tree. If he had killed him in the hall of human sovereign city, it might not have been so troublesome. I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. The human sovereign roared in his heart, hoping that this thought would be transmitted to the holy tree, but he did not expect that it would have the opposite effect. He clearly felt that the holy tree was rejecting him, like a child who had been taught a lesson by his father and had a rebellious heart. This phenomenon caused his face to change drastically. Although Yong Kai was difficult to deal with, there were still ways to deal with him. But if he lost the support of the holy tree, he would be nothing more than an old man in the second-order emperor realm. There were countless people in the human sovereign city who were stronger than him. The human sovereign did not dare to let his imagination run wild anymore, and could only start with Yong Kai. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly transmitted his voice. If you have the time to fight with this emperor, why don't you take the time to care for your woman? If this emperor is not wrong, she should be dying soon, right? So, what if it was the dragon race? So, what if it was the head of all spirits? There were countless masters in the human sovereign city. Even the dragon race would be defeated here. Yong Kai remained unmoved and said lightly, "My woman doesn't need me to care about her. You should worry about yourself." TSK. Master is not young anymore. It seems that he will not live for many years. Have you thought about when you will pass down the throne? I think there are a few princes who are not bad, especially the third prince. His cultivation is not bad, and his heart is tenacious. He is very suitable to inherit your position of human sovereign. He just gives people the feeling that he is a little sinister, but no one is perfect. The second princess is also not bad. I wonder if there is a precedent of a woman becoming emperor in the human sovereign city. If there is, you can pass the throne to the second princess. I think the princess is very ambitious. Shut up! The human sovereign shouted angrily. Yong Kai chuckled. Not even two? Then, it seems like the master intends to pass the throne to the first prince. The first prince is addicted to wine and women. He is not a good choice. If the human sovereign city falls into his hands, I don't think anything good will come of it. When the time comes, your brothers will turn against each other and cause trouble. I don't think the master will be able to rest in peace even after you die. No, that's not right. The first prince is clearly a useless piece of trash, and yet he's an 8-leaf cultivator. It seems like you really favor the first prince, sir. Could it be that the first prince's mother is someone you love? Is that why you love the first prince so much? Ooh. There was a slight change in the human sovereign's expression. Although it was slight, it could not escape Yong Kai's notice. Yong Kai continued to fan the flames. It seems like I was right. Also, looking at the master, I'm afraid the person you love is already dead. I didn't expect the master to be so infatuated. I'm sure you had a good time with that beauty when you were young. However, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences, master. Memories are also a kind of beauty. It's not a bad experience to dream about them in the middle of the night. The human sovereign's face twitched as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Unable to bear it any longer, he frantically pulled the holy tree's power. Yong Kai snorted coldly and said, "You've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the human sovereign grunted and took a few steps back. The faint green glow on his body also suddenly disappeared. His resonance with the holy tree was suddenly cut off. He tried to connect with the holy tree again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The holy tree did not respond at all. He knew that his state of mind had fluctuated too much earlier. He had been too anxious for success, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. So, what if you don't have the protection of the holy tree? This emperor's cultivation is higher than yours. The human sovereign was unwilling to admit defeat. His old body suddenly straightened up, and his second-order emperor realm cultivation erupted. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of his palm was immeasurable. Yang Kai sneered and threw a punch forward. Emperor Qi surged on his fist, and a violent power poured out. When the fist and palm collided, the human sovereign was severely injured. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a kite and fell heavily to the ground. He did not move for a long time. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Yang Kai slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. The human sovereign swallowed the blood in his throat, stood up shakily, and growled, "I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. How can you treat me like this?" "Do you know why you lost?" Yang Kai asked calmly. The human sovereign was stunned. He wanted to know the answer, but he could not bring himself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he asked in a stiff tone, "Why?" A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You treated the holy tree as a source of power that you could draw from at will. You treated it as a capital above all living beings. You were wrong. The human sovereign said, "The holy tree is such an existence." Yang Kai snorted coldly, stubborn. "It's pardonable if you don't know your mistakes, but if you do, then you deserve to die." The holy tree does not protect the imperial family, nor does it protect the wizard. It protects the entire human race, yet you treat it as your own private property. How ridiculous! The human sovereign said. "Nonsense!" Yang Kai sneered. "I'm talking nonsense?" The human sovereign city's spirit array is powered by the holy tree. It protects the entire human sovereign city from the outside world. I'm talking nonsense? I think you're seeing things because you're old. After resonating with the holy tree, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the holy tree's power covered the entire human sovereign city. It was because of it that the human sovereign city could remain unchanged in the reincarnation world. The human sovereign said dejectedly, "What's the point of saying all this now? I've lost. It's up to you to kill me or scrape me." Yang Kai looked askance at him and said, "When did I say I'm going to kill you or scrape you?" The human sovereign was surprised and said, "You're willing to let me go? That'll depend on your performance." The human sovereign hesitated for a moment, then said, "I wonder, what request does your excellency have?" In this situation, even if the person in front of him wanted to seize the position of human sovereign, he would be powerless to resist. Since ancient times, the human sovereign city had always been like this. The one who controlled the holy tree was the human sovereign, and the one who controlled it now was an outsider. Chapter 2966. Many thoughts flashed through the human sovereign's mind. He was already mentally prepared to bargain with Yang Kai. He secretly decided that if this guy made any excessive demands, it was not impossible for him to feign civility. As long as he did not snatch the position of human sovereign, everything else was negotiable. He had to calm him down first, then slowly think of a way to deal with him. "Tell me about the history of the city of human sovereign and the reincarnation world." What? The human sovereign was a little stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, this outsider could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect him to make such a request. The human sovereign was already prepared to have his flesh sliced off, but the other party only plucked a hair. No, this could not even be considered plucking a hair. Are you really old, blind and deaf? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, dissatisfied with his reaction. The human sovereign was finally sure that Yang Kai had only made such a simple request. He secretly speculated about Yang Kai's intentions. At the same time, he organized his thoughts and said, "Since you want to know, then then I'll just say it casually." The human sovereign's expression was a little awkward. It had always been others who acted according to his wishes. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to act according to someone else's wishes. "What I know is limited. If there's anything I don't know, please don't blame me." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't be so long-winded." The human sovereign coughed and said, "To be honest, the reincarnation world is actually a part of the astral world." Of course, the astral world was not called the astral world at that time, so I don't know what the ancestral land was called. Our ancestors called themselves the barbarians, and wizard magic was prevalent. The people gathered together and lived and multiplied in tribes. Although there was infighting, the human race was prosperous. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression. He found that Yang Kai's expression had become a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about something. He did not know which of his words had touched a nerve, but he did not dare to stop and continued. Suddenly, one day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Powerhouses walked out of that hole and invaded the barbarians. Those powerhouses who came from an unknown place called themselves the demon race. The demon race had many powerhouses, and killing was their second nature. Many tribes suffered heavy casualties. In the face of such a strong enemy, our ancestors naturally did not want to resign themselves to death. They used the strength of the entire barbarian race to resist. The war between the two races was extremely fierce. That war seemed to have lasted for many years. Whether it was the barbarians or the demon race, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield at that time was today's reincarnation world. Yang Kai said in surprise, "The reincarnation world was a battlefield? Then, as you said, why was the reincarnation world separated from the astral world?" The human sovereign said, "You may not know, but the reason why our ancestors won that war seemed to have something to do with the sacred tree. According to the ancient records, the sacred tree sacrificed itself to seal the passage through which the demon race invaded. Unfortunately, some unforeseen event happened in the end. The laws of the astral world and the demon territory clashed, banishing the entire battlefield to the void. That was how the reincarnation world was born. The humans and demons who were fortunate enough to survive on the battlefield have been living here ever since. In the beginning, the two races were still fighting fiercely against each other, but the laws of this place are extremely strange, causing our human race to suffer a lot. The laws of the reincarnation world changed. At certain times, it was similar to the astral world. At that time, our human race could move freely without being affected by the laws. However, at certain times, it was connected to the demon territory. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was transformed into demonic chi, making it difficult for the human race to move. In the end, we relied on the sacred tree to gradually establish the human sovereign city, allowing the human race to have a foothold. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the towering ancient tree. Qing was still alive. Although he wasn't the wise old man from back then, he was still alive. He still had the last trace of his will and was still using his body to protect the remaining human race. If it wasn't for him, there would be no place for the human race in the reincarnation realm. This was because when the laws of heaven and earth that were suitable for the demon race existed, the demonic chi prevailed. The human race could not survive at all. On the other hand, the the demon race was not so restricted. They had survived in such a harsh environment for a long time. Naturally, they would not be affected in a better environment. The information revealed by the human sovereign city corroborated with his experience in the dream world. This meant that the human sovereign city did not lie. Butterfly also did not lie. However, reality and illusion were not completely the same. At least, the illusion that Yang Kai experienced did not lead to the birth of the reincarnation world. Qing also died in that battle. He did not know if there was a mistake in Butterfly's record. In that case, the reincarnation world is actually located in a spatial crevice. Yang Kai asked with a frown. The human sovereign city nodded and said, "That's right. Our ancestors also had many guesses about the location of the reincarnation world. However, they all believed that this world is located in a crevice. This crevice is located between the astral world and the demon race's territory. Therefore, the laws of this world are constantly changing. Sometimes it is affected by the laws of the astral world, and sometimes it is affected by the laws of the demon race's territory." Yang Kai nodded. Many of his doubts were answered. Previously, when he was swallowed by the cold wave in the frozen earth, Yang Kai felt the fluctuations of the laws of space. Thinking about it, the cold wave was actually just a spatial entrance. Through that entrance, one could enter the reincarnation world. It was similar to teleportation through a spatial formation. Naturally, there would be fluctuations of the laws of space. However, this teleportation was not a teleportation between cities, nor was it a teleportation across territory. It was a teleportation across realms. Have you never thought of leaving the reincarnation world and returning to the astral world? Yang Kai asked. The human sovereign city smiled awkwardly and said, "Our ancestors also thought about it. However, how strong is the spatial barrier? Not to mention that it cannot be found. Even if it is found, who can break it?" At this point, the human sovereign city's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and said, "Sir, you seem to be proficient in the laws of space." Previously, he had asked Yang Kai how he could enter the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city. Yang Kai had demonstrated the power of the laws of space in front of him. Although the human sovereign city was old, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw through it at a glance. If it was this person, he might really be able to break the spatial barrier. Thinking of this, the human sovereign city's mood suddenly became a little irritated. Yang Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "You don't seem to want to leave this place." A trace of awkwardness appeared on the human sovereign's face. He said in a low voice, "Leaving this world and returning to the ancestral land is the last wish of our ancestors. This old man naturally wants to leave this place too." Yang Kai sneered. "What nonsense are you spouting? Human sovereign city is high and mighty. His words are the law. No matter how strong or weak the human sovereign city is, no one disobeys his orders. If I were you, I wouldn't want to leave this place either. Wouldn't you be happy and carefree here?" The human sovereign laughed awkwardly. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. He was not very strong and knew his own limitations. If he really left the reincarnation world and returned to the astral world, he would be beaten back to his original state. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Is there really no way to leave this world?" Without waiting for him to answer, Yang Kai said, "You'd better tell me the truth. Although I don't really want to kill an old man, if I have no other choice, I won't show mercy." The human sovereign's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Yinfeng Mountain. Where is Yinfeng Mountain? Can we leave the reincarnation world from Yinfeng Mountain?" The human sovereign said, "There is only one possibility, and I can't guarantee it. Of course, that is for a master like you. If you don't have space force to protect yourself, it is just a land of death. In order to leave this place, our ancestors racked their brains and tried many methods, but to no avail. In the end, they determined that Enfong Mountain may have a passage to leave this place. Of course, it is only a possibility, but that place is extremely dangerous. The En wind that blows out is a mixture of cold chi and demonic chi. Even a third-level emperor, realm master, can't go too far. Cold chi? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and keenly grasped the key point. What kind of cold chi? The human sovereign said, a cold chi that can destroy all life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the cold chi from the frozen earth? It seemed that the old man wasn't lying. Enfong Mountain might really be able to leave the reincarnation world. The cold chi from the frozen earth couldn't have come to the reincarnation world for no reason. After all, they were two different worlds. But in fact, there was cold chi on Enfong Mountain, which meant that the cold chi from the frozen earth had entered the reincarnation world through an entrance. If they could reverse the traces of this entrance, they would definitely be able to find the way back to the star world. However, there was also demonic chi mixed in the En wind, which meant that the entrance was not only connected to the star world, but also to the demon territory. The demonic chi in the demon territory could also leak into the star world. Therefore, somewhere in Enfong Mountain should be the spatial intersection between the reincarnation world, the star world, and the demon territory. The power of the cold chi alone was terrifying, and with the demonic chi causing trouble, it was indeed enough to stop a third-stage emperor realm cultivator. It was no wonder that no one from the human clan was able to leave the reincarnation world for so many years. The human sovereign observed Yang Kai's expression from the side. How could he not guess what he was thinking when he saw the rich expression on his face? He was delighted, but his expression didn't change at all. He put on a look of earnest persuasion. Does Your Excellency want to take the risk? Forgive me for being blunt, but Enfong Mountain isn't a good place to go. Even if Your Excellency really finds the way out, you might not be able to return to the star world. You might even accidentally enter the demon territory. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die. Yang Kai patted Human Sovereign's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. He grinned and said, "Don't you want me to die sooner? If you have any thoughts in your heart, just say it. It's disgusting to see you hide them and speak sarcastically." The Human Sovereign looked embarrassed and cursed in his heart. He didn't know what else to say. Yang Kai, however, made up his mind. He clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to Enfong Mountain." The Human Sovereign was shocked. I'm going too." "You want to go?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. The Human Sovereign shook his head vigorously. "If you don't want to go, then why bother asking?" Yang Kai sneered and changed the topic. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The Human Sovereign wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Please enlighten me." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qing and said, "I'll spare your life. Manage the Human Sovereign City well, and don't embarrass the old ancestor anymore. I risk my life to save you people." Chapter 2967. Yes, the Human Sovereign was a yes man. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The support of the holy tree was taken away, and he was not strong enough, so he could only pretend to be weak. However, he was puzzled. Who was Qing? Could it be the holy tree? But why didn't he know about this? "Let's go out." Yang Kai called out with a little disinterest. He reached out and patted Qing's tall trunk, then turned and walked out. The human emperor followed closely behind, imitating his every step. Walking out of the fog and returning to the imperial palace, he immediately heard the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with miserable howls and angry roars. It's a fierce fight. Yang Kai glanced around and found people lying on the ground. 90% of the 20 princes and princesses were lying on the ground. Most of them had broken arms and legs, and a few of them seemed to be seriously injured. There was a large pool of blood beside them, and he didn't know if they were dead or not. As for the guards who had been guarding the holy tree, half of them had been beaten. At this moment, in the sky, the 300-foot-long red dragon's shadow coiled around the ground. It breathed out scorching dragon breaths, and a series of exquisite dragon race secret skills were released. The humans around it were like ants, and they fled like rats. The human sovereign was shocked to see this, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Although he knew that the dragon race was not to be trifled with, he did not expect it to be this strong. Basically, all the experts he could mobilize had gathered here, but they still couldn't do anything to a dragon. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the battle situation in the sky didn't look too optimistic. Although the red dragon's body was huge and obvious, every attack was terrifyingly powerful. Those experts who could still move would either die or be injured after being hit by it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people from the Emperor realm were hit by the dragon's breath. They fell from the sky covered in flames. "Stop! All of you stop!" The human sovereign hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the princes and princesses and the guards who could still move retreated, putting some distance between them and Zhu Qing. When they saw Yang Kai and the human sovereign, they were stunned again, because at this moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of the human sovereign. The high and mighty human sovereign was standing 3 steps behind him like an attendant. He looked unprecedentedly anxious. "Imperial Father," the second princess exclaimed. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the strongest among the imperial princes and princesses. She had been fighting with the black puppy and hadn't directly attacked Zhu Qing, so her injuries weren't too serious. She just looked a little disheveled, with her clothes in tatters. She looked at the mortal emperor in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to ask. "Bastard!" The human sovereign was furious. Without any warning, he opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. "These 2 are this emperor's guests. You did not entertain them properly, and even had a conflict with them. What is the meaning of this? You don't put this emperor in your eyes at all." The whole place was silent, and the second princess felt dizzy. Did she hear wrongly? The reason why they took action was because they were instructed by the human sovereign to join forces and take down the dragon race. But in the blink of an eye, her imperial father gave a completely different explanation. Was this still the human sovereign? The third prince, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He quickly knelt down and said, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We were just itching to learn from the guests. We did not mean to be negligent." Learn from each other? The human sovereign's face darkened. He secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that he was indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped at the third prince. He slapped the third prince in the chest and sent him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. The human sovereign shouted angrily, "Is this how you learn from each other? How dare you bully someone with numbers? You are a disgrace to our imperial family." The third prince ignored his injuries and got up again. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong." The princes, princesses, and guards hurriedly knelt down. Even the 2 3-layer Emperor realm cultivators did the same. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to see in the outside world. 3-layer Emperor realm cultivators were high and mighty. Which one of them was not a tyrant in the outside world? How could they kneel to someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs? But in the city of human sovereign, this was a common occurrence. You neglected the guests and started a fight. Do you think you can just say you were wrong? Don't be so naive. The human sovereign's face was cold and incorruptible. "It seems that you have lived a peaceful life for too long. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. You. The second princess opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but the human sovereign glared at her and shut her mouth. She felt wronged. In the city of human sovereign, the imperial family was the heavens. What heavens beyond heaven? Above others? These bastards have eyes but fail to see. They actually dared to attack your wife. How would you like to deal with them? Kill them or cut them up. This old man will not interfere. The human sovereign turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a sincere expression. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third prince, who had already guessed what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that the human sovereign would be so polite to this outsider, even to the point of compromising. What happened in there just now? Why did the human sovereign's attitude change so much? He actually called himself this old man. Although he could not guess, the third prince vaguely felt that something extraordinary must have happened just now. Otherwise, the human sovereign would not be so humble. Yang Kai sneered and looked up at the graceful figure in the sky. He raised his voice and said, "Qing, are you hurt?" Zhu Qing had already returned to her human form. Hearing this, she slowly shook her head. If she wasn't a dragon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed when facing so many powerful enemies. However, after transforming into a giant dragon, her defense was amazing. Even though she was facing many enemies at once, she didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although she suffered many attacks, she wasn't injured. Yang Kai smiled and turned to look at the human sovereign, saying, "Then it's nothing. It was just a friendly match." The human sovereign was very excited. "This old man is very grateful for your righteousness." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He was secretly glad that the dragon race's cultivation was high. Otherwise, there would be no way to resolve this matter peacefully. "Why are you still here? A bunch of disgraces." The human sovereign turned to the crowd and shouted angrily. The princes and princesses and the guards felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They all left, not forgetting to pick up the wounded on the ground and take them away. The black puppy appeared out of nowhere and bit the second princess's chest while she was distracted. The second princess was shocked and raised her hand to slap the puppy. The human sovereign snorted coldly. The second princess's hand suddenly froze in the air. The black puppy was even more aggressive. It directly tore a large piece of her clothes from her chest, revealing the pink underwear underneath. It ran to the side, happily with its tail raised high, as if it had taken revenge for some deep hatred. It was very proud of itself. The second princess's face turned pale. She quickly covered her exposed chest with her hands. Her face turned red, and she stomped her foot angrily. Then she quickly retreated. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." The human sovereign was very embarrassed. He used to think that these princes and princesses were okay, but today, each one of them was more disgusting than the other. Yang Kai said lightly, "My wife and I will be staying in the palace for a while." The human sovereign was unwilling, but he could not refuse. He could only say, "You can stay as long as you want. Don't worry, I won't stay for long. I will leave when I'm ready." The human sovereign did not dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would lose. "Also, I need all the information about the reincarnation world and the gloomy wind mountain. Send it to me as soon as possible. Yes, there is one more thing I need your help with. There is a dragon race with us in the reincarnation world, a human. I hope that the human sovereign can help to keep an eye out for him. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Don't worry, when the laws of heaven and earth change, I will immediately send people to search for him." Very well. 2 hours later, in an extremely luxurious palace, Yang Kai gently hugged Zhu Qing and sat on a spacious chair. Zhu Qing sat on his lap, and the little black dog was lying on the side, taking a nap. If that's the case, this reincarnation world is really strange. If we want to leave this place, we can only go through the gloomy wind mountain? Zhu Qing asked softly. Yang Kai gently played with Zhu Qing's soft hands. He had never paid attention to them before, but now that he was intimate with her, he realized that her hands were snow white and flawless. They were soft, as if they were boneless, and her 10 slender fingers were as thin as shallots. It was hard to imagine how such a small hand could release such terrifying power. Zhu Qing felt uncomfortable from his play. She wanted to pull her hands back, but she did not have the strength. She could only stare at him. Yang Kai pretended not to see and continued to play with her. He casually said, "From the information we have now, the gloomy wind mountain is the only way out, and we can only go there." Zhu Qing said worriedly, "But the cold is hard to resist. We haven't gone too deep into the frozen ground before, so no one knows what the cold is like inside the frozen ground. If the cold comes from the deepest part of the frozen ground, even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to move. The slightest contact would cause one to be frozen into ice. No matter what, we have to go and take a look, but we have to find Zhulai first. Actually, this place is not bad. With the protection of the sacred tree, the human sovereign city can sit back and relax. We don't have to worry about any intrusions. If we can live here, you want to stay?" Yang Kai was startled. Zhu Qing was about to speak, but she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her face reddened, and she quickly stood up from Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai pulled her back. "Someone's here." Zhu Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, she had just experienced sex and was very shy. Seeing that she was determined, Yang Kai did not force her and let her go. A moment later, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall. "Master, are you here? Fuyu requests an audience." The little black dog, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head and bared its teeth fiercely. In the previous battle, it had formed a grudge with Fuyu, so when it heard this woman's voice, it was hostile. "Come in." Chapter 2968. The door to the hall was pushed open, and a few women filed in. All of them looked extraordinary. With Fuyu in the lead, they walked in a line. Each of them held a large pile of ancient-looking books in their hands. "Master, everything you want is here," Fuyu said as she lowered her head. Fuyu lowered her head as she spoke. She looked reluctant, as if she was being forced to do something she was unwilling to do. That was the truth. If it were not for the human sovereign's order, she would not be here to do the work of a servant. She wondered what the human sovereign was thinking. Was there a need to curry favor with an outsider to this extent? Her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. "Put them down." Yang Kai swept his eyes over this group of people and found that most of these women looked familiar. They were actually all princesses. Fuyu looked the oldest. The youngest one was only 14 or 15 years old. He had not seen her in the Great Hall, but her six-leaf body could not be faked. The youngest princess was clearly very curious. She stood at the end of the line and kept looking at Yang Kai with her big eyes. Under the influence of the Fuyu, she had assumed that Kai Yang was a heinous villain, but now that she looked at him, he didn't seem like one. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so she couldn't understand why her second sister hated him so much. Yang Kai looked at her and winked at her. The little princess was startled. She quickly lowered her head and put down the things in her hands. "Do you have any other orders? If not, we'll be leaving." Fuyu looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her tone was stiff, and she looked unconvinced. Yang Kai glanced at her. He wanted to make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Wait outside. I'll call for you if I need anything." Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Wait, wait. Fu Yu's eyes widened. She almost thought she had heard wrong. She was the second princess of the human sovereign city. She was second only to one person and above everyone else. It was humiliating enough that she had to deliver books to him. How dare he ask her to wait outside? Did he think she was a servant who could be ordered around? She could not tolerate this. His anger almost exploded, but when he thought of the human sovereign's previous instructions, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His monstrous anger was immediately extinguished. He could only grit his teeth and say, yes. She would never dare to disobey the orders of human sovereignty. The princesses slowly exited the hall and stood guard outside the door, with different thoughts in their minds. Apart from the little princess, the rest of the princesses clearly had resentment on their faces. They felt that this kind of thing should not be done by them. In the main hall, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at the books piled up on the table. They each took a book and started reading. These books were basically records about the reincarnation world. Half of them were about the development history of the reincarnation world, and the other half were about the customs and landforms of this world. The human race had been here for over 100,000 years, and this realm wasn't very large, so aside from the area around Devil Fury City that was forbidden to the human race had already explored all the other areas. These were all the secret treasures of the royal family, and ordinary people would never be able to see them. For the next few days, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stayed in the palace and did not come out. They carefully flipped through these books and collected all kinds of information about this world. After a few days, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and put down the last book in his hand. He frowned slightly and fell in a deep thought. Zhu Qing finished reading at about the same time. She said thoughtfully, "So this world really is located in the gap between the two realms, a spatial crevice." Yang Kai chuckled. If it wasn't so, there wouldn't be such a thing as the laws of heaven and earth changing. It's really difficult for them to survive and reproduce in such a place. The holy tree has been a great help. The holy tree. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It has indeed been a great help. Not only has it protected the entire human sovereign city, but it has also left behind the inheritance of wizard techniques. Yang Kai originally thought that the wizard techniques of the royal family had been passed down from generation to generation by their ancestors, allowing the wizard techniques to continue burning. But now, it seemed that this was not entirely the case. After hundreds of thousands of years, the laws of heaven and earth had changed. In the astral realm, the wizard techniques had gradually been replaced by martial arts. The reincarnation world would occasionally be in common with the laws of the astral realm. Naturally, it was not suitable to cultivate the wizard techniques. However, Qing's existence allowed the wizard techniques to be passed down from generation to generation. Those royal family members could only cultivate in seclusion near Qing to feel Qing's power and resonate with Qing. Only then could they truly cultivate the wizard techniques. Without Qing's help, even if they mastered the cultivation method of the wizard techniques, the laws of heaven and earth would not allow them to cultivate the power of the wizard techniques. Qing was a hero of an era. He was the inheritor of the power of the entire ancient world. Without him, the wizard techniques in the reincarnation world would have already perished. It was a pity that during the battle between the humans and the demons, his mind had already sunk. Now, he was only left with a chaotic will. He guarded his dying wish to protect the human race and protect the wizard techniques. Yang Kai did not know if he had the chance to wake up again. However, he estimated that the chances were very slim. Because hundreds of thousands of years had passed, if Qing could really wake up, he would have done so long ago. He would not have waited until now. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that even if Qing could wake up, he would not remember the past. He would be reborn. He should be reborn. There were records of the Yinfeng mountain in the ancient books. However, it was very rare. It only recorded a rough location. The situation inside was not known at all. This was because the human race had not set foot in that place for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the demon race would often stay in the vicinity to cultivate with the help of the pure demonic qi that gushed out from the Yinfeng mountain. Therefore, if they really wanted to go to the Yinfeng mountain, they would definitely clash with the demon race. Yang Kai did not care about this. In any case, he had subdued more than 10 demon king and could order them around at will. He also knew the various characteristics of the demon race like the back of his hand. If they really encountered the demon race, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. There was still no news from the human sovereign city about Zhu Lai. The laws of heaven and earth in the outside world had changed. The entire human sovereign city's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to search for information about Zhu Lai. However, they had not found anything so far. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were not too worried about Zhu Lai. After all, he was still a rank 8 red dragon. It was not the dragon race if something happened so easily. Therefore, the two of them leisurely stayed in the palace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly woke up from his meditation. His eyes were slightly shining, as if he was a little excited. What's wrong? Zhu Qing did not need to cultivate. She was flipping through a book at the side. When she noticed Yang Kai's movements, she raised her head and asked, Qing, I seem to have become stronger. Yang Kai said with some excitement, Becoming stronger is a good thing. Why are you like this? Because I don't know why I became stronger. In what way? Bloodline. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing curiously. I don't seem to have done anything during this time. Why do I feel that my bloodline has become stronger? The strengthening of his bloodline was very obvious. This was because Yang Kai could feel that the golden divine dragon's origin energy had fused more deeply with him. During this time, he did not cultivate the dragonization ability, nor did he encounter any life or death battles. There was no reason for him to become stronger for no reason. The increase of power always required a certain amount of effort. Let me try. In order to avoid any misconceptions, Yang Kai immediately roared and activated the dragonization ability. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the golden dragon flashed away. With a burst of crackling sounds, the bones all over his body made a burst of popping sounds. His figure suddenly grew taller, and his combed buns spread out. The moment the dragon's might filled the air, Yang Kai only felt an itch on his forehead, as if something was about to break out of his body. His arms lengthened, his hands turned into dragon claws, his clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with a layer of solid dragon scales. He was already used to these things, and he knew what kind of changes would happen to him, so he concentrated on experiencing the changes in his body. When all the changes stopped, Yang Kai had already turned into a behemoth. He exhaled softly, and 2 white, smoke-like airflows instantly came out of his nostrils. Zhu Qing sat in a chair, closed the book, and looked up at him. Yang Kai took big steps, walked around the hall, and said in surprise, Hey, I seem to have grown a little taller. The previous battle with Zhu Lai in the Azure Sun Temple made him make a breakthrough in the dragonization ability, and his body suddenly became 40 feet. Now, his height had increased again, and a conservative estimate was that it had reached 45 feet. This increase was not an illusion, but real. So far, Yang Kai has also vaguely grasped some key points. The deeper the cultivation of this secret art, the more thorough the fusion between himself and the golden divine dragon source, and the purer and more high-end the dragon race bloodline. The most intuitive manifestation was his height. As his cultivation deepened, his half-dragon body became taller and taller. Yang Kai suspected that when he could really completely refine the golden divine dragon source, he would be able to transform into a golden dragon and roam the 10,000 worlds. How tall were you before? Zhu Qing asked. Probably. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew. Fortunately, the palace was built extremely magnificently. Otherwise, he would not be able to straighten his back now. Then you have really become stronger. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. But why? Yang Kai wanted to scratch his face, but when his dragon claws scratched the scales on his cheeks, a string of sparks flew. It was a good thing to become stronger, but it was not good to not know the reason. He had to figure out the reason so that he could continue to work in this direction in the future. Carefully recalling the events that had occurred recently, Yang Kai found that there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai could clearly remember every little detail that had occurred in between, but he couldn't recall anything particularly noteworthy. Zhu Qing lowered her head, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. She opened the book and continued to read, but her mind was not on it at all. Do you know something? Yang Kai found her strange and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Qing shook her head like a rattledrum, and her face turned even redder. Tell me. Yang Kai walked in front of her and squatted down. Even so, he was several times taller than Zhu Qing. Looking down at the little person, he felt extremely strange. He guessed that after Zhu Qing transformed into a giant dragon, her vision would also be like this. Chapter 2969. I really don't know. Zhu Qing replied in a low voice. Is it related to the secrets of the dragon race? Zhu Qing shook her head. Then tell me. Yang Kai reached out and carefully scooped Zhu Qing into his palm, as if he was holding the most exquisite porcelain. He threatened, if you don't report what you know, be careful of the family law. What family law? Zhu Qing's eyes widened in confusion, but she quickly understood Yang Kai's meaning. She was so embarrassed that her whole body heated up. She looked up at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were staring blankly, and his breathing had become heavy. She sighed in her heart. She knew that, if it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. She immediately covered half of her face with a book and whispered, all things carry yin and embrace yang. When yin and yang intersect, the origin converges and qi is in harmony. Yang Kai was stunned at first, then a strange expression appeared on his face. He said with a smile that was not a smile, You mean Zhu Qing's entire face was covered by the book, so no one could see her expression, but the pretty face behind the book must be burning. She hurriedly said, I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. The dragon race is also about dual cultivation? Yang Kai laughed even more happily. He opened his big mouth, looking exceptionally ferocious, as if he could swallow Zhu Qing in one gulp. If that was really the case, then the future would be too happy. Of course not. It's just what? Yang Kai stretched out a claw and gently pushed away the book that was covering Zhu Qing's face. He moved his face closer, looking very aggressive. Zhu Qing had nowhere to hide. She said with a troubled expression, It's just that even for you human women, the primordial yin qi is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of men. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious it is, let alone the dragon race. Yang Kai said, You're saying that the reason why I'm like this is because of your first time? Zhu Qing gently nodded. She was so ashamed that Yang Kai said such words to her face. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. It won't work in the future? No. Zhu Qing shook her head. I don't believe it. As Yang Kai spoke, he grabbed Zhu Qing and dashed to the side. As he took large strides, he withdrew the dragonization art, and his huge body shrunk rapidly. What are you doing? Zhu Qing asked in surprise. We'll know once we give it a try. Yang Kai had already returned to his original appearance, and carried Zhu Qing in his arms. Lying on Yang Kai's chest, Zhu Qing felt the burning heat. She immediately panicked and said anxiously, "It really doesn't work. I'm not lying to you." Yang Kai smirked. "I told you to give it a try. Stop struggling. It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Zhu Qing heavily onto the bed. Zhu Qing cried out in alarm. Yang Kai had already pounced on her like a hungry dog. Even though Zhu Qing had experienced this before, she was still not used to it. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, as if it would jump out of her mouth at any moment. The man on top of her was very aggressive. His indomitable aura was rampaging, and her defense, which was not very strong, was smashed into pieces. Her clothes began to become messy. Zhu Qing tilted her head and closed her beautiful eyes. She grabbed the bed sheet with both hands, as if she was about to rush to the execution ground. She was extremely nervous. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked to the side. He pointed his finger and said word by word, "Get out of here." The black puppy had been awakened at some point. It had been sleeping quietly for the past few days. It was very obedient and didn't make any noise. At this time, it raised its head and stared in the direction of the bed. It didn't move and even held its breath. It was seriously observing. That dog's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it whimpered and stood up reluctantly. With its tail between its legs, it slowly walked towards the door. When it reached the door, it looked back reluctantly. Its eyes were filled with a longing expression, as if it was begging Yang Kai to let it stay. Yang Kai snorted. It could only dejectedly push open the door with its head and walk out through the crack. It even remembered to close the door before it left. Outside the palace, several women of different ages stood there. Basically, a layer of frost could be scraped off their faces. The princesses had had enough. A few days ago, Yang Kai had told them to wait outside the palace. They could only obey. They didn't expect that they would wait for several days. In the past few days, they didn't hear any summons. Yang Kai also didn't give them any orders. They could only obediently wait outside, standing there like wooden stakes. They had been living like princes for many years. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Everyone was cursing Yang Kai in their hearts. They wanted him to die early and reincarnate. Only the little princess was innocent. She didn't know what was going on. She only knew that her father ordered them to come here. They had to listen to the man in the room and satisfy all his requests. She was still young. Her innocence hadn't been tainted by the complicated imperial family. She didn't feel wronged. She just stood there for a few days. She was tired and sleepy. At this time, she was leaning on one of her older sister's shoulders and dozing off. Her head was nodding, and there were several times when she almost fell to the ground. When the little black dog came out, the princesses saw it. It immediately attracted their attention. They all looked at the little black dog. Second Princess Fu Yu's face was filled with resentment. She still remembered how this little bastard had humiliated her a few days ago, so she naturally bore a grudge against it. She was thinking about how she could take revenge. She wondered if she could seize this opportunity to capture this little bastard and cook it into a pot of dog meat for a sumptuous meal. The little black dog obviously sensed something. It turned its head to look at Fu Yu. It bared its teeth and made a threatening sound from its throat. It was about to pounce. "Little bastard, you still dare to be arrogant. There will be a day when I will kill you and eat your meat." Fu Yu thought hatefully. She seemed to have foreseen that scene. An indescribable pleasure swept through her body. At this time, a scream suddenly came from inside the palace. The princesses were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. They looked at each other with blank faces. The little princess who had dozed off was also awakened. Her eyes were wide open. She was more alert than anyone else. She hurriedly asked, "What happened?" What happened? No one paid attention to her. The princesses were all listening attentively. Another scream came. This time, the girls heard it even more clearly. However, this sound seemed a little strange. It didn't sound like an accident. It was very suppressed and very soft. It sounded like the faces of the princesses turned red. They obviously realized something. They didn't have the mood to eavesdrop. Instead, they wanted to block their ears so that this sound wouldn't dirty their ears. The suppressed sound became louder and louder. It was intermittent. Sometimes it was high-pitched, and sometimes it was low-pitched. It sounded like it was about to die. The little princess was shocked. Her face turned pale. What's going on? The sound inside is very strange. Did something happen? Should we go in and take a look? Ooh. The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this suggestion. The sixth princess, who was standing beside the little princess, hurriedly said, "Don't go in." Why can't we go in?" the little princess asked. The sixth princess stomped her feet. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Oh, the little princess nodded obediently, although she didn't know the reason, since the sixth sister said so. She must have her reasons. She suddenly looked at her sisters curiously and said with a worried face, "Second sister, sixth sister, 11th sister, why are your faces so red? Are you sick?" The 11th princess glared at her and said angrily, "What, sick? When have we ever been sick?" But the little princess worriedly stretched out her small hand and touched the sixth princess's cheek. She was so scared that she retracted her hand and said, "Sixth sister, your face is so hot. It's terrible. Hurry up and ask father to come and take a look." The 11th princess glanced at the sixth princess, covered her mouth, and smiled. "Sixth sister, it's useless to ask father to see this. Then who should see it?" The 11th princess pouted her lips and said, "Just ask the man inside to come and take a look." After saying that, she laughed. Her waist bent down, and she trembled for a while. "Then I'll ask him to come over." The little princess believed her and rushed into the hall, but after taking 2 steps, she timidly stepped back and said in fear, "Is he killing people? I don't dare to go in." The 11th princess laughed even more happily. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water. She pointed out, "He's not killing people, but he is eating people. Eat people." The little princess's face turned pale. The 11th princess tried to scare her. "The man inside is a vicious man. He likes to eat little girls with tender skin like you the most. If you are caught by him, he will eat your 10 fingers first, then your nose, and then your ears." As he spoke, he chewed on the food in an extremely realistic manner, as if he was really eating something with relish. Ah, the little princess was frightened. She suddenly jumped into the sixth princess's arms and trembled. She said in a trembling voice, "Sixth sister, save me. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten by him." "Why are you scaring her?" The sixth princess glared at the 11th princess fiercely. "My little sister is pure. She will believe whatever others say. Why are you scaring her?" "Ooh." The 11th princess shrugged her shoulders and said, "Anyway, I'm bored and want to have some fun. Sigh, this erotic drama. I can only listen but not do it. It's really boring." "Foo," you said coldly. "If you want to, you can go in. But I don't know if he wants you." The 11th princess said, "Forget it. That guy is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that I will be eaten until not even bones are left." Hearing this, the little princess believed her more and more. She hugged the sixth princess tightly and cried, "Sixth sister, take me away. I don't want to be here. Father, save me. Father, save me." Fuyu glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Cover her ears." The sixth princess quickly reached out and covered the little princess's ears tightly. The sound in the palace kept coming. In the beginning, it was somewhat restrained, but in the end, it became unrestrained. It made the princesses feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the little princess seemed to be tired after crying. She fell asleep in her sixth sister's arms. The tear stains were still there. The sixth princess was distressed and angry. She felt that the man was really not a good thing. Chapter 2970. It's really useless. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing, who was lying on the bed, speechless. He used the dragon transformation art again, but there were no special changes this time. His body was still only 4.5 meters tall, and there were no signs of him growing taller. Zhu Qing covered her snow-white body with a blanket and frowned slightly. I already told you. Why didn't you believe me? Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a problem whether he believed her or not. It was just that men were lustful and wanted to have sex with her. Yang Kai withdrew the dragon transformation art and giggled. I didn't do it enough. If I do it a few more times, maybe. After saying that, he threw himself onto the bed again. Stop fooling around. Zhu Qing pushed him away with a serious expression. Dragons are inherently lustful. The more you fuse with the origin, the more obvious it will be. You need to restrain yourself. Since they had become intimate a few days ago, Zhu Qing had been very obedient. Now that she had suddenly become so serious and dignified, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He always felt like he owed her something. It wasn't good to force her anymore, so he could only nod and say, Okay, I'll restrain myself. But if everyone in the dragon race is like this, how are you going to live? Zhu Qing said, Only those male dragons are like this, and they won't be impudent to their brethren on the dragon island. Yang Kai's eyes widened. Then what if they need it? What do we do? Zhu Qing didn't want to answer this question, but she knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. She could only frown and say, They have their own ways. These words inevitably made Yang Kai's imagination run wild. Some extremely funny scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was ready to make fun of Zhu Lai when he saw him again. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, Didn't I say that you're not allowed to touch me without my permission? Yang Kai said innocently, You didn't agree just now? I thought you agreed. Don't do this again. Zhu Qing pinched Yang Kai's arm hard to vent her dissatisfaction. Then she began to put on her clothes. Yang Kai supported his head with his hands and looked at her foolishly. Why are you staring at me? Zhu Qing blushed. You're so pretty. Yang Kai's sweet words came out of his mouth. I can look at you for a lifetime. I don't know how many women I've told this to. There was jealousy in Zhu Qing's words. She quickly tidied up her dress and looked around blankly. Where is Bow Wow? He's guarding the door. Yang Kai pointed at the door. Zhu Qing suddenly remembered that the black puppy had been driven out by Yang Kai. Then she remembered that there were still a few princesses standing outside the door. Her face suddenly turned pale. His performance just now was unbearable to the ear. He was afraid that the other party had heard everything clearly. How could he have the face to see others now? She was embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ear. Stand up. Yang Kai got up. He was naked. Although he was not burly, his body was very well proportioned and exuded a masculine aura. Facing Zhu Qing, who was embarrassed and annoyed, he just smiled and played dumb. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily. She didn't look at the places where she shouldn't look. She picked up his clothes from the bed and carefully dressed him. It was the first time that the dragon girl had done this, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. A man's clothes were always different from a woman's clothes. She had never had the experience of serving others. Moreover, Yang Kai was facing her, so she was even more restrained. After a while, she gradually got into a good mood and dressed Yang Kai neatly. She held Yang Kai's hand and walked to the dressing table. She pressed Yang Kai to sit down on a chair and carefully combed his hair. Yang Kai stared at the figure in the mirror with a smile. Seeing her attentive look, his vanity soared. Half a day later, the human sovereign came in a hurry. When he arrived at the door, he looked at his daughters in surprise. "Why are you standing outside?" Fu Yu pursed her lips and said, "He asked us to wait here." The human sovereign frowned. "Has it been like this for the past few days?" Fu Yu nodded slightly. The human sovereign sighed and showed a disappointed look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. He just said loudly, "Master, the information you asked for has been found." The door opened. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing walked out one by one. The human sovereign bowed and squeezed out a flattering smile on his face. The expressions of the several princesses were all different. The second princess, Fu Yu, could not hide the look of contempt in her eyes, especially when she looked at Zhu Qing. The sixth princess lowered her head, and no one could see her expression, while the 11th princess was staring at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she was secretly looking forward to something. The little princess, on the other hand, turned pale and quietly hid behind her sixth sister, her body trembling. Yang Kai could see the reaction of the girls at a glance. He snorted in his heart and didn't have time to care about it. He just looked at the human sovereign and said, "Tell me about it." The human sovereign replied, 30 minutes ago, there were signs of someone fighting at the Eagle Beak Cliff. I sent people to investigate immediately. The battle was over. More than 10 members of the demon race died. All of them had extraordinary cultivation. Did you find out who did it? The human sovereign shook his head and said, "No. It's just that in this reincarnation world, all humans live in the human sovereign city. Other than the two you mentioned, I'm afraid no one will stay outside. They also don't have the strength to kill more than 10 members of the demon race. Therefore, I guess the person you're looking for is probably near the Eagle Beak Cliff." Yang Kai nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's go and take a look." The human sovereign heard this and said, "I'll arrange it immediately and have someone lead the way." "No need. I know the place. My wife and I will go and check it out ourselves." In the past few days, Yang Kai had memorized the landscape of the reincarnation world. Therefore, when the human sovereign mentioned the Eagle Beak Cliff, he knew where it was. "Then the two of you must be careful." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If everything goes well, we may leave this world directly. Thank you for your hospitality, Master." Hearing this, the human sovereign's face lit up. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to get out of here as soon as possible so that his rule wouldn't be threatened. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "I'm sorry for not being a good host. Please forgive me." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. Just as he was about to ask Zhu Qing to leave, he suddenly saw Fu Yu still looking at Zhu Qing with disdain. He was annoyed. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Wow, let's go." Woof! The black puppy stood up and barked at Fu Yu. Then it slowly walked toward Yang Kai. What did you say?" Yang Kai stared at the black puppy. Woof! The black puppy tilted its head, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. "What? How can that be? You evil creature, don't let your imagination run wild. You've gone too far." The black puppy was completely dumbfounded. It stood there dumbfounded, its eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai continued, "As a human, you must know your place. Even as a dog, you must know your place. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Understand? It's a good thing I'm here. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to a pulp." As he spoke, he glanced at the human sovereign. The group was confused by his words, and the princesses were even more confused. Fu Yu frowned. instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The human sovereign, on the other hand, was a smart person. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, what is this pet beast of yours trying to do? If you don't mind, you can tell me. If it's within my means, I will." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's nothing much. It just made an interesting request. You don't have to worry about it." The human sovereign grumbled inwardly, but he said, "Since it's interesting, why don't you tell me about it?" Yang Kai pointed at Fu Yu. "This little bastard has taken a liking to the second princess, saying that it hit it off with her and wants to take her away. Don't you think that's funny?" The smile on the human sovereign's face froze. He didn't know how to respond, as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Fu Yu's face paled as she cried out, "Impossible!" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "What's impossible?" Fu Yu panicked. How could it possibly take a liking to me? You're just making things up." Yang Kai scoffed. "If it were me, I wouldn't have taken a liking to you either. But it did. What can I do about it? It's probably like a tortoise falling in love with a bean. If you don't believe me, you can ask it yourself." How am I supposed to ask?" Fu Yu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't possibly ask the black puppy this question. Although she was sure that Yang Kai was taking revenge on her, the situation was beyond her control. If she wasn't careful, she might really be taken away and become a plaything for this bastard. This was worse than killing her. How could she agree to it? Imperial father. She hurriedly looked at the human sovereign, wanting to ask for help, but what she saw made her words stuck in her throat. She saw her imperial father frowning, deep in thought, as if he was considering whether or not to agree to this matter. In an instant, all her hopes were dashed, and she lost all her strength. Her imperial father was really considering whether or not to give her to that little bastard. That's right. Her imperial father was so afraid of this pair of adulterers. If he could send them away safely, not to mention one daughter, even if he had to send all his daughters away, he wouldn't even frown. Since ancient times, there had been no familial love in the royal family. She didn't know what she was hoping for. The human sovereign opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai chuckled. "Second princess, you worry too much. Although Bow Wow likes you, I can't take you away. Second princess, just stay in the human sovereign city and be your princess." For you didn't answer. She stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Second princess, are you saying that you want to leave with me? If that's the case, just say the word." This young master might consider it. Yang Kai's lips curled up. Fu Yu quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. She didn't want him to cause any more trouble. Humph! The human sovereign snorted. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble? Perhaps there was something wrong with the way Fu Yu looked at the dragon girl. He glared at Fu Yu and said, "Come over here and thank the master." Fu Yu didn't dare to disobey. She walked over and bowed. In a low voice, she said, "Thank you, master." His arrogance had been completely wiped clean. Chapter 2971. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were about to leave through the space magic array in the city, and the human sovereign personally sent them off. A group of princes and princesses followed closely behind. Anyone with a bit of dignity in the human sovereign city had also come. The procrastination of such a large group of people made those who didn't know the truth wonder what was going on. Along the way, the human sovereign seemed to be very talkative and considerate, constantly reminding Yang Kai of the things to pay attention to outside. Yang Kai would respond from time to time. After finally sending them to the space magic array, the human sovereign secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as this guy left, the human sovereign city would still be his world in the future, and the rule of the royal family would not be shaken. He personally blessed Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with the seal of human sovereign and ordered people to open the space magic array. When the light of the teleportation lit up, the human sovereign's hanging heart finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai's words completely shattered his good mood. In the future, the Japanese master may come here again. So I hope master can take good care of the holy tree and don't arbitrarily extract its power. The light lit up and Yang Kai and Zhu Qing disappeared. The human sovereign felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the smile on his face became stiff. Many princes and princesses, as well as the powerhouses in the city, all sensed that the human sovereign was not in a good mood and kept quiet out of fear. After a long while, the human sovereign's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong aura, turning into a wave of air that spread in all directions. As this wave of air spread, he seemed to have vented his anger, and his entire person became much older, tens of thousands of miles away from the human sovereign city. In the depths of a cave in an extremely hidden forest, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing leisurely appeared. The cave was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers in front of them, and there was only a slanted tunnel leading to the surface. In the tunnel, there was a simple space magic array connected to the space magic array in the city. There were more than a dozen places like this in the entire reincarnation world, covering almost half of the reincarnation world. The cultivator of the human sovereign city used these space magic arrays to repeatedly come and go. Each space magic array was built in an extremely hidden way, for fear of being discovered by the demon race and being destroyed. Even if the demon race did discover these space magic arrays, they could only destroy them. Without the support of the human sovereign seal, they could not enter the human sovereign city through the space magic array. The space array that he had set up could only be activated by wearing a special teleportation token. The two of them walked out of the tunnel and came to the surface. There were no abnormalities in the laws of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was obvious that the reincarnation world was leaning towards the astral world. Yang Kai, protect me. Zhu Qing did not waste any time. She instructed Yang Kai to use the dragon race's secret technique to find Zhu Lai. What did you call me? Zhu Qing whispered. Husband, she had never called a man that way before. She felt her heart beating rapidly. This simple address seemed to have connected the two of them together, sharing life and death, honor and disgrace. Yang Kai finally showed a satisfied expression. Zhu Qing cut her palm, and a drop of red blood rolled down. It was like a burning flame, extremely hot. It fell to the ground and disappeared. An obscure and profound incantation sounded. Zhu Qing's face was solemn, as if she was praying to an unknown god. She was full of piety. Yang Kai had seen a similar scene once. It was when Zhu Qing used the secret technique in the frozen earth. Therefore, he knew that the secret technique that Zhu Qing was using was the same one that Zhu Lai used. It was a secret technique that was specially used to find people. After a while, the incantation became louder and more intense. It shook the heaven and earth as if thunder was rolling and dragons were roaring. A dark red that bloomed from the ground. Then something that looked like a blood coral grew out of the ground. It only stopped when it was 1 foot tall. Zhu Qing stopped the incantation and reached out to suck the blood coral up. She glanced at the direction where the light on the blood coral floated. She pointed at a place and said, "It's over there." Yang Kai nodded and flew up. He flew in that direction with Zhu Qing. After half a cup of tea's time, the two of them arrived at a cliff. From a distance, this cliff looked like the perch of an eagle, and the cliff was the eagle's beak. This was the eagle's beak cliff that the human sovereign had mentioned before. When the two of them arrived, they found that there were corpses of the demon race here. The ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. Moreover, from the traces left behind, although the battle was fierce, it was very short. This was because the demon race seemed to have been killed before they could use their full strength. This could only mean one thing. The enemies that the demon race encountered were very strong, so strong that they could easily crush them. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded slightly and said, "There's the aura of the dragon race. It's Zhu Lai." "Can you see where they went?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing looked at the blood coral and pointed to the left, this way. Another hour later, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Obviously, he had discovered something. Zhu Qing also sensed something and focused her vision to look forward. The world energy in that direction was fluctuating, and there were faint sounds of fighting. It seemed that there was some kind of conflict. The two of them looked at each other and immediately increased their speed. After a while, the scene in front of them entered their eyes. A group of demon race soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, surrounded a certain area. The gathered demonic chi soared into the sky, and there were two figures in the area surrounded by them. They were Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been separated from Yang Kai after entering the reincarnation world. It was unknown whether the two of them had always been together, or if they had met up later. The situation of the two of them was not optimistic. Although they were the only powerhouses in the world, there seemed to be a few demon king among the demon race soldiers surrounding them. They were relying on their advantage in numbers to constantly contend with them and exhaust their strength. Several dozen members of the demon race had already died on the ground, obviously at the hands of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. The demon race consisted of hundreds of races, and each race had its own unique divine technique. The shadow demon was good at escaping. The succubus demon was good at bewitching. The power demon had infinite strength, and the blood demon was sinister and mysterious. If one did not understand the characteristics of these demon race, it would be easy to suffer losses. If it had been an ordinary third-stage emperor realm cultivator, even if there were two of them, they would have been defeated long ago. It was also thanks to Zhu Lai being a member of the dragon race that he was able to stand tall under such a heavy encirclement. However, he was him, and Li Jiao was Li Jiao. Zhu Lai clearly did not care about Li Jiao's life or death. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, Li Jiao's state was clearly not right. His emotions were extremely high, and his body was faintly emitting traces of black qi, as if he had been corroded by the demonic qi. Moreover, his eyes were slightly red and his movements were somewhat stiff. The circulation of his emperor qi was also intermittent. In the midst of the demon race's army, an enchanting and charming succubus demon was casting a technique on him. An invisible voice of bewitchment broke through Li Jiao's mental defenses without leaving a trace. The murmuring voice echoed in his mind, wanting to destroy his will and turn him into a demon slave. This was the most common method used by succubus demons, compared to the other demon races. The succubus demon race was generally delicate and weak, but their divine sense was incomparably powerful. They were most proficient in this kind of sneaky and insidious method. Several demon commanders fearlessly launched attacks at Zhu Lai, but their bodies exploded with a few pokes from Zhu Lai's finger, and blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, the blood that covered the sky suddenly retracted, and as if it had a mind of its own, it turned into a blood snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it bit towards Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. He spat out a scorching dragon's breath, incinerating the countless blood snakes. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a blood snake came charging at him from within the dragon's breath. Zhu Lai did not even realize how it had broken through. At first glance, this blood snake looked no different from other blood snakes, but upon closer inspection, one could see how powerful and unique it was. At this moment, it was too late to defend, so Zhu Lai could only activate his Dragon Yuan and prepare to take this attack head-on. A strange cackle suddenly sounded from within the blood snake, full of pride, as if some scheme had succeeded. Zhu Lai frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. It did not seem wise for him to choose to take this attack head-on. Just as the blood snake was about to hit Zhu Lai, a pitch-black crescent blade suddenly slashed down from the sky, brushing past Zhu Lai's head and directly cutting the blood snake in half. The blood snake was reduced to ashes as if it had been incinerated. At the same time, an extremely mournful scream came from not far away. A blood demon suddenly clutched its head and half knelt on the ground, its expression twisted in pain. "Who is it?" Zhu Lai shouted in a low voice. When he looked up, he saw a familiar figure appear in the sky. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned, his face filled with confusion. "What?" He did not hear what Yang Kai had just called him. As soon as his voice fell, Li Jiao, who had been standing behind him to defend against the enemy, suddenly turned around and sent a palm strike towards him without warning. Emperor Qi surged from his palm as his third-stage emperor realm cultivation erupted at this moment. Li Jiao's eyes lost focus, clearly not acting on his own accord, but the power of this palm strike was not something Zhu Lai could ignore. A red light flashed, and Zhu Qing mysteriously appeared between Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. She punched out her fist, which landed on Li Jiao's chest first. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Li Jiao screamed in pain. His absent-minded eyes moved again, obviously at a loss about his situation. The next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest as a huge force pressed against his heart, almost stopping it. A burst of qi burst out from his back, tearing apart his clothes as he flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. Zhu Lai turned around and saw Zhu Qing. At first he was overjoyed, but then his expression turned cold. "You're not dead yet? Is that how you talk to your elder sister?" Zhu Qing glared at him. "Humph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Zhu Qing in disbelief, exclaiming, You, what about me?" Zhu Qing pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed red, as she guessed why Zhu Lai was so surprised, interrupting him. "If you have something to say it later." Chapter 2972. The arrival of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing shocked many members of the demon race, especially the blood demon and the succubus demon, who had attacked secretly, which made them tremble with fear. Whether it was the howling blood demon or the pale-faced succubus demon, they were both demon king-level existences. The two demon kings had attacked without leaving any traces behind, but they had been countered by the newcomers one by one and even injured one of them. This was simply inconceivable. Just as they were in a daze, the sound of a dog barking suddenly entered their ears. Immediately after, a bubbling black puppy charged out from the side. Its 4 short legs were like wheels as it ran excitedly towards a demon general. It was as if it had seen an enchanting female dog when it was in heat. It was extremely comical. That demon general should be a power demon. His body was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge axe in his hand. The blade of the axe was bright and sharp, and it was emitting a dense black aura. It was obviously a demon weapon. Seeing the black puppy charging towards him, the demon general's expression immediately became ruthless. He shook his head, raised the huge axe in his hand, and smashed it down towards the black puppy. His movements were very casual because he could feel that the black puppy wasn't very strong. He could easily kill such a little bastard. The attention of the other members of the demon race was also attracted by Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Other than a few members of the demon race who glanced at the black puppy, no one paid much attention to it. The huge axe chopped down, but the black puppy nimbly dodged it. It was so agile that it was ridiculous. The demon general's attack missed, and he was slightly stunned. He was a little angry from embarrassment, and before he could do anything else, the black puppy suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards him. The black puppy's head, which wasn't too big, suddenly swelled up and suddenly became the size of a door. It caught the demon general in its mouth. Everyone was shocked. Many members of the demon race turned their heads and stared at the black puppy in amazement, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Zhu Qing and her brother were obviously taken aback as well. They never expected this unassuming little thing to possess such power, swallowing a demon general in a single bite. Although the demon general wasn't very strong, it was still equivalent to an origin king, and as a demon general from the Power Demon clan, not even an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could be his opponent. Zhu Qing was especially shocked. Although she found the black puppy to be a bit strange these days, she never expected it to possess such a divine technique. Only Yang Kai remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to Gong Yu, the black puppy possessed the bloodline of a strange beast from the territory of the demon returned to ruins. This bloodline was hidden very deeply, but it was awakened by Gong Yu's demon race secret technique in Azure Sun Temple. At that time, the black puppy could be described as holding back 10,000 enemies, and Gong Yu was able to contend with 10 masters from the Emperor realm for a long time with its divine technique. It could even swallow a third-layer Emperor realm master like Feng Ming in one gulp, let alone a mere demon general. It was just that the black puppy's performance had not been very stable these days. Except for swallowing manager Liao, it had not used this divine technique again. A few days ago, it had fought with Fu Yu in the Imperial Palace for a long time, but it had not swallowed Fu Yu. At this time, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Yang Kai reckoned that it had something to do with these demon race. Return to Ruins was a strange beast from the territory of the demon race. After all, the aura of the demon race made the black puppy extremely happy, and these demon race were probably delicious food to it. Just as Yang Kai was deep in thought, the demon general in the black puppy's mouth struggled with all its might. It could be seen with the naked eye that the black puppy's mouth bulged from time to time. Its huge mouth was completely disproportionate to its short body, and it was swayed by the demon general's strength. Suddenly, it raised its head and made a swallowing motion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small lump swelled up in its throat, then rolled down to its abdomen and disappeared. Its door-sized mouth also returned to its original size at the same time, but its abdomen didn't change at all. No one knew where a living demon general had been swallowed to go, and even the demon general's huge axe had disappeared without a trace. A series of gasps sounded, and the demon race felt their hair stand on end. The black puppy licked its lips, and its expression was as if it hadn't had enough. Its pair of bright eyes looked towards the demon race's gathering place. Every demon race that it saw, no matter how strong or weak they were, couldn't help but have goosebumps, as if they had met their natural enemy, and their hearts trembled, without needing any instructions, the moment danger shrouded them. Numerous demon races' secret techniques were used one after another. Streaks of pitch-black energy turned into attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the black puppy. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he wanted to observe, so he didn't make a move to stop them. The black puppy whimpered, but it wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was excited. It jumped 3 feet into the air and opened its mouth again. This time, its mouth opened even wider than before, and the huge mouth seemed to be connected to an unknown world, emitting an extremely strong suction force. The attacks that were aimed at it were all swallowed up, and there wasn't even a drop left. The black puppy became even more ferocious, and it pounced forward despite the numerous demon race's attacks. Its mouth opened to the size of a house, and it bit down. The space where it bit down shattered, and a large part of the void was missing. The dozen or so demon race in this area instantly disappeared, and the remaining people fled for their lives, quickly distancing themselves from the black puppy. Gulp. The black puppy swallowed another mouthful, but it still wasn't satisfied, and it turned its gaze to the other demon race. Exterminate the demon race in the territory. Return to ruins. A low shout sounded, and within the demon race, an existence whose entire body was pitch black, as if it was wrapped in smoke, cried out in horror. He recognized the origin of the black puppy, and his voice was full of fear. This person from the demon race was a demon king-level existence, and his aura wasn't weak, almost equivalent to a second-order emperor realm master. Coupled with his shadow demon background, he could even easily assassinate a third-order emperor realm master if he was caught off guard. He was the strongest among this group of demon race, and he should also be the leader of this group of demon race. But such a master, after recognizing the origin of the black puppy, actually cried out in horror, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke before exploding into 9 streaks that fled in all directions. Return to Ruins was famous in the territory of the demon race, and it was known as the Exterminate Demon Territory. Although it was born in the territory of the demon race, it could almost be said to be the enemy of the demon race. It existed to devour, and the demonic chi and demon race were its favorite foods. It was rumored that in the real territory of the demon race, there was once a return to ruins that wreaked havoc everywhere, and even the demon saint was no match for it. In the era without the great demon god, the return to ruins was simply the overlord of the demon race territory. It had devoured countless demon race and destroyed countless demon race towns. Return to ruins represented destruction, and wherever it went, there would be ruins. That was why it had the name Return to Ruins. In the end, a powerful demon saint led all the demon race to fight the Return to Ruins, to fight to the death. That battle lasted for decades, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their population was almost reduced by more than half, and the areas that were destroyed occupied 2/3 of the entire demon territory. The demon race won in the end, and the Return to Ruins was killed. As the leader, the demon saint broke through the limit of power and became the great demon god, becoming the ruler of the entire demon territory. It was also because of that battle that the living environment of the entire demon territory became extremely bad, and many masters in the demon territory had no choice but to expand their territory and look for a more suitable world to live in. Every member of the demon race was familiar with this period of history. Even the demon race in the reincarnation world was the same. That was why when he saw the black puppy use the devouring divine technique, the demon king immediately thought of the reputation of destroying the demon territory. Even though he couldn't determine whether this was Return to Ruins, the sense of crisis of life and death couldn't be faked. Once the Return to Ruins swallowed him, there was basically no chance of survival. He was scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly used the divine technique to escape. Only one of the 9 smokes hid the real body, and the other 8 were just a diversion. In front of this divine technique, even an enemy who was stronger than him wouldn't be able to stop him. The shadow demon was adept at escaping, and this was the best description. But this time, the shadow demon king miscalculated. Before the smokes could run more than 100 feet, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier. 8 of them collapsed, and the other one retreated. The shadow demon's figure reappeared, and his face was ashen. He raised his head and looked at the human in the sky. Yong-kai looked at him with a smile, and the power of the law of space fluctuated around him. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a swamp. It suddenly became extremely sticky, and the edges were as hard as steel, turning into a cage. All the members of the demon race lowered their bodies, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai were also slightly uncomfortable, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately target them. In addition, the two dragon race members were quite strong, so they were much better off than the demon race members. Li Jiao groaned and seemed to have regained his consciousness, but he was seriously injured by Zhu Qing's palm on his chest. Now he could only lie on the ground, urging his emperor's qi to heal himself while resisting the corrosion of the demonic qi. "Bow wow, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Yang Kai said lightly. The black puppy immediately jumped up and pounced on the blood demon who had used the secret technique to sneak attack Zhu Lai. It clearly felt that this demon race was more delicious than the other demon race members. The blood demon's sneak attack on Zhu Lai had failed. Yang Kai's moonblade had cut off its secret technique, injuring its divine sense and greatly reducing its strength. When it saw the black puppy pouncing on it, its expression changed greatly. It turned around and turned into a bloody light, enveloping the black puppy instead of retreating. The Return to Ruins was a well-known name, so he had naturally heard of it. However, even if the black puppy in front of him had returned to ruins, it was only a cub that had returned to ruins. As a demon king, he naturally had the strength to contend with it. The bloody light spread out in the air, becoming bigger than a house. It was like a bloody net that was about to envelop the black puppy. The black puppy tilted its head and looked at it, looking very confused. It clearly didn't understand how this guy could become bigger than its mouth. It tried its best to open its mouth, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get bigger than the bloody net. It suddenly became angry and took a deep breath. An incomparably powerful suction force came, and screams came from the bloody net. It was like a pancake that was being folded and slowly pulled into the black puppy's huge mouth. Chapter 2973. The thick, blood-red light was sucked into the huge mouth. The blood demon reverted to his original form in a panic, but it made it even easier for the black puppy to devour him. The huge mouth suddenly closed, biting down on the blood demon's waist. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free. The blood demon's face paled in fright. He cried out for help, but which member of the demon race was bold enough to save him? The black puppy's aura was not powerful, but its unique aura made them feel a chill in their bones. Coupled with the shadow demon's cry for return to ruins earlier, they all trembled in fear. Right now, all they wanted to do was get as far away from this little thing as possible. The blood demon was devoured bit by bit. He was actually unable to use his divine technique at all. He was like an ordinary demon folk who had never cultivated before. He could not even use the demonic qi in his body. As far as the eye could see, this scene was extremely similar to a python devouring its prey. Snakes and pythons could devour prey that was much larger than themselves, so why couldn't the black puppy do the same? Dark red flames blossomed, and a scorching power erupted. It was the Zhu siblings who had made their move. The two of them were both red dragons, so they specialized in the origin energy of fire. As soon as they attacked, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly increased. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a furnace, about to melt all the demon race. Dragon breaths spinning fireballs and flaming blades swept through the air. The demon race were immediately sent flying. They were thrown into disarray. One by one, the demon race fell like weeds. The demon race had many people, and most of their divine technique was mysterious and difficult to defend against. But even if Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not come, Zhu Lai would not have suffered any losses with his strength. An eighth-step red dragon, an existence that had surpassed the third layer of the Emperor realm, was enough to slaughter this demon race. In just a single exchange, more than half of the members of the demon race were killed or injured. None of those who were swept by the scorching flames survived, and all of them lost their lives. The succubus demon screamed, the shadow demon's expression changed, and the sand demon tried to escape by burrowing into the ground. However, the surrounding space was sealed, and the divine technique of burrowing into the ground could not be used. He was bounced out as soon as he plunged into the ground. Zhu Qing rushed forward and punched the scantily clad succubus demon with her delicate fist. A violent force exploded and turned her into a bloody mist. Not even her bones remained. She had been unhappy with this succubus demon for a long time. She secretly sent him flirtatious glances. She didn't know who she was throwing them at, but that person seemed to be enjoying it. Sand Devil had failed to escape underground. Just as he was about to stand firm, Zhu Lai's flaming blade came slashing down from the sky, splitting him into two halves. The remaining shadow demon couldn't do anything by himself. He turned his head and looked around. His army of 100 people was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only one left. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet turned cold. The two dragon race had not even revealed their true forms, yet they were already so powerful. If they did, they would still be able to defeat them even if they were 10 times stronger. Zhu Lai rushed toward the shadow demon. The shadow demon wanted to use the same life-saving divine technique again, but the dragon's might made him dizzy. How could he use it again? Zhu Lai smashed his fist toward him, shattering his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, the black puppy had just swallowed the blood demon. A gulping sound came from its throat. It was still not satisfied, but when it turned around, there were no longer any living demon race members. The hundreds of demon race members were all dead. It snorted and ignored the corpses. It only raised its head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hadn't made a move. Other than creating a spatial cage, he didn't kill any demon race. This was because he knew that there was no need for him to make a move. He landed beside Li Jiao and looked down at him. Li Jiao just happened to open his eyes. When he saw Yang Kai, he immediately revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Palace Master Yang, save me." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Brother Li, what do you mean by that?" "I see that Brother Li is full of energy and vigor. How could you need me to save you?" Li Jiao said anxiously, "Palace Master Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. I've been corrupted by the demonic qi. Can't you see?" He and Zhu Lai had been stranded in the reincarnation world, but they weren't as lucky as Yang Kai. No one had led them to the human sovereign city, and they had remained in the outside world. When the laws of heaven and earth changed, the old demon qi filled the air. Even though Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he still couldn't resist it. In the end, the demonic qi invaded his body. That trace of demonic qi was extremely difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones and couldn't be dispelled no matter what. If it wasn't for this, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been controlled by a succubus demon. Being injured by Zhu Qing was a small matter. It was only a matter of breaking a few bones and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He would be able to recover after a period of rest. Being corrupted by the demonic qi was life-threatening. If things went wrong, he might even become the demon race. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like seeing a life-saving straw. "I can see it, but there's nothing I can do about your situation." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said. When Li Jiao heard this, he almost cried. "Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li only came because of you. If Palace Master Yang hadn't invited me, how could this Li have ended up here? Isn't it natural to be a tyrant in my fire dragon palace? Now that I've ended up in this situation, Palace Master Yang should also take some responsibility. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression, afraid that he would anger him. As expected, Yang Kai was very angry and said with a straight face, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. The reason you came with me was because we agreed on the conditions in advance. It wasn't that you didn't gain anything. What's more, I didn't cause you to be corrupted by the demonic chi. It was your own lack of strength and determination. What responsibility do I have to take?" Li Jiao said with a sad face, "Palace Master Yang, can you bear to see this Li be corrupted by the demonic chi, lose his mind, and become a demon?" "Huh, why can't I bear to?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Don't worry, if you really become a demon, this young master will definitely free you and give you a quick death." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Yang Kai to that damned frigid earth. Now that he had ended up like this, he didn't know what his future path was, so he was at a loss. All right. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him up. His change of expression was so quick that Li Jiao wasn't used to it. He looked at him blankly and said, "Palace Master Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "It's just being corrupted by the demonic chi. If it were anyone else, they would have already been turned into a demon. Fortunately, Brother Li's cultivation is deep, so although you have been corrupted, it's not impossible to treat." Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, "This Li knew that Palace Master Yang wouldn't leave me in the lurch. I asked Palace Master Yang to teach me a way to save me. A way to save you is right in front of you." Yang Kai chuckled. Li Jiao didn't understand. Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away and said in a low voice, "Go find Zhulai and have him give you some dragon blood. Dragon blood has divinity, so it should be enough for you to expel the demonic chi." Li Jiao was frightened and his face paled. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke like this. How could dragon blood be so easy to obtain? If Zhulai knew that I had such thoughts, I'm afraid he would slap me to death. This Li is just a little Jiao. How could I dare to have such thoughts? That's why you want to have such thoughts. With your background, if you can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, tsk tisk, gudong." Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. Speaking of which, he was still a descendant of the dragon race. Although he was greatly suppressed by the dragon race's bloodline, if he could really drink a mouthful of dragon blood, it would be of great help to his strength. It would definitely raise his bloodline to a new level. Yang Kai's words sounded inconceivable at first, but they echoed in his ears like magic, causing him to become restless. His eyes flashed with excitement, and the demonic chi on his body seemed to thicken a little. Yang Kai saw this, but didn't point it out. He only chuckled and turned his head to the side. On the other side, Zhu Qing and her brother seemed to be up to something. One of them looked as if she had made a huge mistake. Her eyes were darting around, and she didn't dare to look at the other party at all. The other one was shocked and kept looking at his sister, as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, and her eyes drifted even more. After a while, Zhulai opened his mouth to speak. "How did you advance to the 9th rank?" From the moment they met just now, Zhulai felt that something was wrong. Zhu Qing's bloodline seemed to be a lot purer than his. One must know that when she left Dragon Island last time, the siblings were both at the 8th rank. It was very difficult to advance in the dragon race's bloodline. On one hand, it was affected by the inheritance of one's parents. On the other hand, it was also dependent on one's own efforts and the support of Dragon Island. All three were indispensable. The siblings were one of the few powerhouses on Dragon Island. The 8th rank was already very impressive, and even the Great Elder was only at the 10th rank. The Great Elder once asserted that the siblings would very likely stay at the 8th rank for the rest of their lives. There was only a very small hope for them to break through to the 9th rank. The Great Elder lived a long life, and his vision was very sharp. Usually, the things he said wouldn't change too much. The truth was indeed so. Ever since the siblings advanced to the 8th rank, it became more and more difficult for their bloodline to advance. No matter how many dragon blood flowers they ate, no matter how long they secluded themselves in the Dragon Palace, there was no obvious effect. He never thought that he would suddenly see his own sister become a 9th rank giant dragon. This was simply too inconceivable. Zhu Lai believed that he didn't see wrongly. The dragon race was very sensitive to each other's bloodline. Even if Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true form, the aura of the 9th rank couldn't be faked. Zhu Lai felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. He was jealous and envious of his sister's advancement. He really wanted to know the secret of Zhu Qing's advancement. Zhu Qing didn't reply, but her expression became even more bashful. Zhu Lai asked again. Only then did Zhu Qing said softly, "The opportunity came." "Impossible." Zhu Lai immediately denied. He felt that Zhu Qing was too petty. She actually wanted to keep this a secret. His curiosity grew even stronger. "Qing, you're already at the 9th rank?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in surprise. Chapter 2974. After asking, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that in the imperial palace of the human sovereign city, Zhu Qing had once shown her true form, which was a huge red dragon that was 300 feet long. Zhu Lai's form in Azure Sun Temple at that time seemed to be smaller than hers, only 200 feet long. Similar to his situation, the purity of the dragon race's bloodline could be seen from the size of her true form. It seemed that Zhu Qing's bloodline was really stronger than Zhu Lai's. Zhu Lai was not lying when he said that she was a 9th order dragon. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai feel very strange. 9th order is 9th order. It's a good thing. Don't you dragon race always pursue the purity of your bloodline? Qing, why are you blushing? Impossible. Impossible. How is this possible? Zhu Lai muttered, his eyebrows knitted together. He couldn't understand how Zhu Qing could be promoted to the 9th order in such a short time. He felt indignant in his heart, feeling that the heavens were unfair. Why didn't such a good thing fall on his head? He suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly, asking in a cold voice, "What did you call her just now?" He was shocked by the promotion of Zhu Qing's bloodline and didn't pay much attention to how Yang Kai addressed his sister. Now that he had recovered, he felt that something was wrong. How could such an intimate address come from the mouth of a human? This was simply blasphemy to the dragon race, an insult. However, Zhu Qing didn't refute. He suddenly realized something, and his tone became colder, murderous intent lingering. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai stepped forward and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, and then under Zhu Lai's surprised gaze, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder, grinning at him. "You are Qing Er's younger brother. Of course, I call you brother-in-law." Zhu Qing twisted her body, but she couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's evil claws. She could only let him do what he wanted. Zhu Lai's pupils suddenly shrank. He wasn't an idiot. Seeing that Zhu Qing didn't reject Yang Kai's intimate actions and instead welcomed him, coupled with the way Yang Kai addressed the two of them, an unimaginable thought finally emerged. His face turned ashen in an instant, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. On the other side, Li Jiao's mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. His mind was in turmoil as he looked at Yang Kai. He felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain, and a feeling of admiration involuntarily appeared in his heart. Was this the act of riding a dragon? Am I dreaming? If that was the case, wouldn't Palace Master Yang be Dragon Island's son-in-law? How could this be? He simply prostrated himself in admiration towards Yang Kai in his heart. Previously, he still had some complaints in his heart, but now he couldn't bring up this kind of resentment. Compared to what he did, he could even do something as heinous as riding a dragon on Dragon Island. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Zhu Lai's eyes were burning like flames. He looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, and asked in a deep voice, "You guys, aren't you joking?" Yang Kai frowned as he sensed Zhu Lai's murderous intent. He said with some displeasure, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? I want to hear your answer." Zhu Lai didn't pay attention to him and only looked at Zhu Qing. "How can you talk to your sister like that?" Yang Kai's face sank as he said fiercely, "Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're my brother-in-law. If you don't know the difference between superior and inferior, be careful that I don't beat you up until your sister can't recognize you." Zhu Lai's neck stiffened as his murderous intent burst forth. He stared at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "I couldn't ask for more." "Yo, you dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face? Today, I, as your brother-in-law, will teach you how to behave properly." Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk forward, but Zhu Qing reached out and pulled him back. "Why are you pulling me?" Yang Kai's face was unhappy. "Your brother is a bit lawless, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I just plan to break a few bones so that he will remember how to talk to you." Zhu Qing gently shook her head, looked at Zhu Lai, and said, "You saw and heard everything. I have nothing to say." Zhu Lai trembled and staggered a few steps, although Yang Kai's words and actions were all signs, and he had already guessed it. When Zhu Qing confirmed his guess, he still found it hard to accept. The dignified dragon race, the 9th rank red dragon, the leader of all creatures, actually gave herself to a human. This was simply a disgrace to the Dragon Island, a disgrace to the entire dragon race. "Zhu Qing, you disappoint me too much." Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. His disappointment was obvious. "How can you be so muddle-headed?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "You're talking as if I'm a bad person." "Zhu Lai, this young master is finding you more and more unpleasant." "Same here." Zhu Lai coldly glanced at Yang Kai. The two's gazes collided, and sparks flew everywhere. It looked like a fight could break out at any time. Zhu Qing smiled faintly and said, "I don't think I'm muddle-headed. On the contrary, I think this is the greatest happiness in my life." As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's displeasure towards Zhu Lai disappeared in an instant. His whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, and he laughed foolishly. Zhu Lai bitterly said, "Women, no matter how strong they are all fools. You should know what the consequences of doing this are." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly pale. She lightly pursed her red lips and nodded. "Then why are you still doing this?" Zhu Lai roared hysterically, his face full of resentment for failing to meet his expectations. Zhu Qing did not answer, and said with her head lowered, "Even if I had another chance to choose, I would still do this." "Crazy, really crazy." Zhu Lai kept shaking his head. He looked at Zhu Qing and then looked at Yang Kai. His expression kept changing, and it was extremely complicated. After a while, he said softly, "It's because of him that you can become a 9th rank red dragon, right?" "I see. I thought this was your opportunity, but I didn't expect—" He. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red. Obviously, she agreed with Zhu Lai's words. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing strangely. "What does your promotion to the 9th rank have to do with me? How could it have anything to do with me?" He had no idea when Zhu Qing had broken through to the 9th rank. "Don't ask any more," Zhu Qing said shyly. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai suddenly remembered those 2 crazy days in the mysterious small world. At that time, he seemed to have faintly noticed that Zhu Qing's aura had changed, but he did not investigate it. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that her bloodline had already improved at that time. If that was the case, Yang Kai changed his tone and quietly asked, Qing, is it because my primordial yang qi has some effect on you that Zhu Qing reached out and pinched his arm, replying with embarrassment, where did you get this primordial yang qi from? Yang Kai chuckled dryly before winking at her and continuing to send her a divine sense message. It's that. Zhu Qing nodded gently. You have the ancestral dragon bloodline, the essence of your bloodline. It's very helpful to a dragon race cultivator like me. She had never discussed such an explicit topic with a man before, so she couldn't help blushing. Is it really because of me that you were able to break through to the 9th rank? Yang Kai kept asking, and Zhu Qing's cheeks burned even more. Does that mean that as long as the two of us work together and train hard? Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he suddenly felt enlightened. There will be a chance for you to upgrade your bloodline to a higher grade. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhu Qing bit her red lips, too embarrassed to continue discussing this topic with Yang Kai. I get it. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhu Lai looked on coldly from the side, seeing the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances. As if they were in love, he wanted to reach out and gouge out his own eyes. He really couldn't understand what Zhu Qing was thinking, why she would make such a stupid choice. He sneered, enjoy yourself while you still can. You'll regret it sooner or later. I find that you're really annoying. Yang Kai looked coldly at Zhu Lai. If you weren't my brother-in-law, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth. Do you think I like being your brother-in-law? Don't flatter yourself. Yang Kai said angrily, if I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname isn't Yang. Qing, stand to the side. As he spoke, he pushed Zhu Qing aside, let out a low shout, and directly used the dragon form's secret technique. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a 4.5-meter giant, and smashed a fist at Zhu Lai. Under the influence of the bloodline suppression, Zhu Lai couldn't transform into a giant dragon at all, and his cultivation was suppressed by more than 40%. He was secretly shocked. When he fought with Yang Kai last time, this guy didn't seem to be this big, and he only suppressed him because he had a breakthrough. But this time, his ancestral dragon's origin had merged even more. Zhu Lai could only desperately defend against the power of that fist. With a boom, Zhu Lai was sent flying by the giant fist, and his body flashed wildly. Yang Kai chased after him, and without waiting for him to adjust his posture, a storm of attacks came at him. With a series of crackling sounds, Zhu Lai was like a punching bag being hit here and there. Stop hitting him. Zhu Qing was so anxious that she stomped her feet. One was her man, and the other was her brother. Why couldn't they get along well? They were like enemies the moment they met, and she was stuck in the middle, which was very difficult. Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson. I won't beat him to death. Yang Kai replied from afar, but he didn't show any mercy. In any case, the skin of an 8th rank red dragon was thick, and it was very durable. The situation was one-sided, and Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he watched. His admiration for Yang Kai increased by a lot. Not only did he ride a dragon, but he actually beat up his own brother-in-law like this. Throughout history, there was probably no one else besides this palace master Yang. But then again, this palace master Yang probably didn't know that he had provoked a huge disaster. If you have the ability, don't rely on the bloodline suppression. Zhu Lai took the fist. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured, he had lost all his face. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only use his mouth. You said this last time. Don't you remember your end, stupid boy? Yang Kai snorted and continued to punch and kick him. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.